Chapter 394. Hearing this, Taoist Guang couldn't help sighing. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. After all, given the senior's level, he could even come and go as he pleased in the soul space of a true immortal. He could even block the space contract that Taoist Guang had automatically established. Thus, he had already deduced that the senior outside was at least a venerated immortal. In the entire history of cultivation, the number of almighties who had become venerated immortals could be counted on one hand since the spirit energy information era. This was the upper realm that every true immortal dreamt of. For many foundation building stage and golden core stage cultivators, they believed that only by stepping into the soul formation stage, true cultivation had just begun. For soul formation cultivators, they similarly believed that only when they reached the true immortal realm could they be called cultivators. But realms were something that could never be reached. It was only when you reached a higher level that you would understand the vastness of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe. In the eyes of most true immortals, the venerated immortal realm could be considered the beginning of their Tao journey. Everything below the venerated immortal realm was fabricated. Inside the soul space, Taoist Guang stood upright on the island he had created. Facing the sea breeze, he gazed at the endless horizon as he pondered endlessly in his heart. Everyone who pursued the venerated immortal realm had something called a pattern in their hearts. The senior outside must have a very big world in his heart, and probably has a pattern that ordinary people can't imagine. Taoist Guang suddenly sighed with emotion as he looked at Loopy Toad and said, "I'm guessing that this senior is definitely preparing to pursue the next realm." Loopy Toad was silent. Loopy Toad didn't know whether or not Little Master Ling had the pattern that Taoist Guang was talking about. But the only thing it knew was that what Little Master Ling was pursuing definitely wasn't as exaggerated as Taoist Guang imagined. Ling Zhenren was indeed preparing. She was preparing for the upcoming midterm exams. I know that senior's identity isn't simple. Furthermore, every senior cultivates in their own unique way, which they never tell others easily. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. As long as you agree to help me pass on the message, this old man will also give you that weapon blueprint. Taoist Guang sat down cross-legged and faced Loopy Toad as he spoke. His voice was very gentle and didn't sound like that of an old senior at all. "You still haven't told me what the blueprint is." Loopy Toad wagged its tail. "You won't refuse." Taoist Guang was very confident about this. "Senior, don't tell me you're going to take out a god artifact blueprint?" Loopy Toad's face lit up. "As far as I know, most divine weapons are formed by heaven and earth, and can't be made. If you really have a blueprint for making a divine weapon, senior, you should save it. I might be able to scam others, but I'm not stupid." Taoist Guang couldn't help laughing. It could only be said that as expected of that senior's dog outside. He knew quite a lot. "Don't worry. What I'm going to give you is not the blueprint for a god artifact. However, the value of this item is comparable to a god artifact now." Taoist Guang waved his hand and then raised it, and a jade scroll suddenly appeared in his palm. As soon as the jade scroll appeared, Loopy Toad instantly sensed that it wasn't simple. There was an extremely familiar scent on the jade scroll. Not only that, but even without the blueprint itself, the jade scroll itself was a supreme treasure. The density of the spiritual energy contained in it could be said to be extremely terrifying. "I actually have a lot of priceless things on me, which I sealed in this soul space back then. This is one of the treasures I collected when I was all-powerful back then." Taoist Guang held the jade scroll tightly as he introduced it. There was a little pride in his words, but also a little reluctance to part with it. But now, in exchange for his freedom and Ling Zhenren's help, he had no other choice. "What on earth is this?" Loopy Toad stared at the jade scroll a little absent-mindedly. "You should have heard of the gate between worlds, right?" Taoist Guang suddenly changed the subject to something Loopy Toad was most familiar with. Loopy Toad nodded. It was more than familiar. Back then, it had been pushed out by the Demon Kings to be the vanguard. Then, it had burped. Taoist Guang began to talk about the gate between worlds in the past. As we all know, the gate between worlds connects the demon world and the current human cultivation world. Many people think that the gate between worlds was specially created by the demon race in an attempt to invade the human cultivation world. But the truth is a little different. In the demon world, there are a lot of important crafting materials that can't be found in the current cultivation world. The demon world is rich in strange stones and minerals. In order to make more powerful magic treasures, many artificers back then were looking for ways to enter the demon race. After that, the first version of the gate between worlds was created. So, the gate between worlds we see today was in fact created by a cultivator. Taoist Guang continued, you might also know the creator's Taoist name. It's the legendary immortal Zhen Yuan who became a venerated immortal early on. Immortal Zhen Yuan again? Loopy Toad was startled, it had never heard this story before. Loopy Toad actually didn't know much about immortal Zhen Yuan's origins, but from all the information it had heard, it felt that this person was very experienced and knowledgeable. There was nothing he didn't know how to refine weapons and elixirs, and he could be said to be a top student among cultivators. Immortal Zhen Yuan had created the famous magic weapons which were regarded as the 3 auspicious treasures in the cultivation circle, the 7 stars sword, the purple gold gourd and the golden canopy rope. Loopy Toad had already been extremely shocked back then, but shock aside, it couldn't compare to what it was feeling now. Loopy Toad had never expected that the gate between worlds, which it was relatively familiar with, had actually been personally created by immortal Zhen Yuan. And the most important thing was that this immortal Zhen Yuan's whereabouts were really too mysterious. Loopy Toad had only ever heard of him in legends, and had never seen him in person. He was as mysterious as Little Black and Dopigua's uncle downstairs. Are you surprised? Seeing Loopy Toad's stunned expression, Taoist Guang couldn't help laughing. When I learned the truth back then, it took me a long time to digest it before I could accept it. At that moment, Loopy Toad caught onto a key question. Senior, I think I heard you say, first version of the gate between worlds, what does this mean? Literally, Taoist Guang answered truthfully. The materials used to make the first version of the gate between worlds were rather crude. After the first version of the gate between worlds appeared, it was strengthened and updated every time it appeared. Because it was already connected to the demon world at that time, immortal Zhen Yuan started to use materials from the demon world to repair and replace the raw materials used to make the gate between worlds. Loopy Toad, Taoist Guang, so, the gate between worlds that has appeared now should be the 20th version that immortal Zhen Yuan strengthened. Loopy Toad, by the 20th version. The materials used to make the gate between worlds have all been replaced with materials from the demon world. This is why many cultivators of later generations mistakenly believe that the gate between worlds is a product of the demon race. In fact, it wasn't until the 20th version of the gate between worlds appeared that the diagram of the array used to summon the gate between worlds officially appeared in the cultivation circle. Taoist Guang said, if I'm not mistaken, it was immortal Zhen Yuan who issued this diagram of the summoning array, and before the 20th version appeared, the 20 times the gate between worlds appeared in the human world was probably because immortal Zhen Yuan was testing its performance. Loopy Toad was suddenly overcome with fear. Chapter 395. Gazing at the jade scroll, Loopy Toad was extremely shaken. It actually had a lot of speculations about the blueprint itself, but it had never thought that it would actually be the blueprint for the first version of the gate between worlds. Furthermore, it had never expected the gate between worlds to be personally created by a human almighty. It was a portal that could connect the two worlds, but since it had been created, it should also be classified as a magic treasure. But it was very clear that the gate between worlds couldn't be judged by common sense. Strictly speaking, the gate between worlds had already completely surpassed a top-notch holy weapon, and was a world-class magic treasure created by man. In the current known history of cultivation, there were actually records of world-class magical equipment. It was the ultimate magical equipment that a cultivator could create by relying on their own strength. It was also the only existence that could be created by a cultivator and contend against the divine artifact-level magical equipment that was born from the heavens and earth. In short, it was called world-defying magical equipment. In the face of this kind of world-defying magic treasure, top-notch holy weapons were just a bunch of scrap metal that couldn't withstand the impact of spirit power at all, and might shatter like glass as soon as they were taken out. Loopy Toad had initially thought that human cultivators being able to create world-defying magic treasures was just a legend, because even the top demon gods of the demon race couldn't create something like this. This was because creating a world-defying magic treasure required the power of a world, which wasn't like those small worlds found in ordinary magic treasures. For example, the purple gold gourd could already be considered a top-notch holy weapon, but the small world inside it was still nothing compared to a world-defying magic treasure. In Taoist Guang's words, the scale was too small. Thus, to refine a world-defying magic treasure, according to historical records, one had to create a great world as a foundation, and a great world was equivalent to 99 small worlds. A world-defying magic treasure had to contain at least 99 great worlds before it could truly be called a world-defying magic treasure. But what Loopy Toad found truly frightening wasn't this, but the person who could create a world-defying magic treasure. Since this immortal Zhen Yuan had created the gate between worlds, then this person was simply a monster. Brother Dog, you should now understand the importance of this blueprint, right? Taoist Guang said as he looked at Loopy Toad. Of course Loopy Toad understood what he meant, because this blueprint wasn't just a blueprint for the gate between worlds, but a world-defying magic treasure. A blueprint was a very important part of refining a magic treasure, and in theory, any magic treasure created based on a blueprint couldn't be considered a fake. For example, those magic treasures on the market only resembled the real thing, and didn't have a core at all. And the blueprint was the core of a magic treasure. The significance of this scroll in Taoist Guang's hand was really too great. If it could be brought out for research, it might topple the current world and cause a huge uproar. It might even cause a bloodbath. At that moment, its body was instinctively afraid. Loopy Toad, at Loopy Immortal God. This was something that even the demon gods could not touch. Even at its peak, it was only at the Demon King realm, which was equivalent to the divine transformation realm of the human race. Seeing the green-furred dog's expression, Taoist Guang couldn't help laughing. Brother Dog, you don't have to be in a hurry to answer me. Go out and think about it. This isn't just a deal between you and me, but also with that senior outside. Although Taoist Guang had a smile on his face, the seriousness in his words was genuine. Suddenly, Loopy Toad understood a little why Taoist Guang had said before that he would keep this thing by his side forever. This thing was indeed extraordinary. If news of it got out, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to start a national war. But for Taoist Guang, at this point, none of this was important. To him, the most important thing was to be reborn and to be free. Taoist Guang sighed. I've already waited for so many years, and I'm actually in no hurry at all. If I want to leave this space, I have to go through the samsara spirit tribulation. But unfortunately, in the end, I took an unorthodox path, and made a mistake. Loopy Toad, Senior, what do you mean now? Taoist Guang, I have a feeling that the senior outside will definitely have a way. No matter what method he uses, as long as he's willing to help, I'm willing to tell him a big secret. Loopy Toad was curious. What is it about? Taoist Guang's expression turned serious. The Immortal's Treasure House. It's a great world that immortal Zhen Yuan opened up independently back then, and the wealth he left behind is sealed inside. I know where the entrance is. Loopy Toad was gobsmacked again. Could it be that Senior also found the blueprint in the Immortal's Treasure House? No, Taoist Guang shook his head. I was fortunate enough to come into contact with immortal Zhen Yuan before. Although I didn't see his face, I should be able to confirm that it's him. Loopy Toad, the rumor is that immortal Zhen Yuan travels the world and his whereabouts are unknown. How did Senior confirm this? Taoist Guang said slowly, that day about 1,000 years ago, I went on a tour of Snow Village with a special discount group of Foundation establishment cultivators. I comprehended the Tao intent of nature. At that time, I hadn't reached true immortal realm yet, and was in a hurry to break through. Furthermore, in order to follow the group, I made up my mind to seal my acupoints before I left, and fixed my realm at the Foundation establishment stage. Loopy Toad, Special Discount Group, Taoist Guang, food, lodging, and a guide are included for 1 immortal gold bar. Loopy Toad, after we got on the bus, the guide gave each of us an immortal snow glutinous rice cake and said that it was a specialty of Snow Village. Loopy Toad, and then, there was no then. The bus drove us to a public toilet in a snowy village, and we all had diarrhea. Loopy Toad, do you know what's the scariest thing about this? Speaking up to this point, Taoist Guang still had a trace of lingering fear on his face. This old man actually didn't bring toilet paper. This immortal snow glutinous rice cake contains a powerful spirit herb that causes diarrhea. If I don't use the antidote, if you don't wipe it with toilet paper, it'll be unbearably itchy. Later, the tour guide threatened us, if we wanted toilet paper and the antidote, we had to pay 2,000 immortal gold bars each, or he'd leave without us. This old man felt terrible at that time. Loopy Toad, so, Senior, you gave in. How is that possible? Taoist Guang snorted. If I hadn't sealed my realm and could only display the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, I would have been able to kill that bunch of unscrupulous tour guides with a puff of my breath. Loopy Toad, what happened in the end? Taoist Guang, at that time, I vowed to die rather than obey, and the tour guide abandoned me. Fortunately, I had an antidote on me. Although it couldn't completely cure the illness, it at least slowed down the continuous diarrhea. But I still didn't have toilet paper. Loopy Toad, but at that moment, there was a turn of events. In the toilet cubicle, an old brother handed me a roll of toilet paper. Loopy Toad, but what does this have to do with the blueprint of the gate between worlds? Taoist Guang, the jade scroll you're looking at now is that roll of toilet paper. Chapter 396. This story sounded a little strange at first, but it was indeed true. When Taoist Guang told this story of his past in Snow Village, crystalline tears even seeped out of the corners of his eyes. The most painful things in life were that there was no Wi-Fi when you wanted to go online, no toilet paper when you went to the toilet, no seasoning when you ate instant noodles, and no money to spend when you died. Brother Dog, just accept this. You just need to pass on my request to that senior outside, Taoist Guang said to Loopy Toad. He was already mentally prepared. For most people, the venerated immortal realm was something they could only dream of. In his early years, before Taoist Guang had used this strange method to get through the samsara spirit tribulation, he had spent 500 years of his life calculating that this method was the least dangerous to get through the tribulation, and the very important point was that he needed help from a benefactor. Thus, from the moment he met Wang Ling, Taoist Guang had been thinking about this problem. But would the benefactor he was destined to meet really be Wang Ling? Thus, before leaving the soul space, Loopy Toad didn't stand on ceremony, and directly used the space-swallowing spell to swallow the blueprint. After leaving this space, Loopy Toad had already woken up. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw a silver-haired young man staring curiously at it. Little Silver stared at Loopy Toad and exclaimed, "Wow, you're really awake. There was a meaty aroma from the wooden barrel just now, I thought you were already cooked." Loopy Toad, how do you feel? Wang Ling asked telepathically as he stared at Loopy Toad. Loopy Toad closed its eyes and ran its spirit energy through its body. It could clearly feel a special kind of godly power circulating in its body, and it felt refreshed. After bathing in the holy beast blood, it indeed felt like a brand new person. The circulation of spirit energy was smoother than before, and it could even be said to be unimpeded. Not only that, it could even feel a sense of carefree pleasure from the depths of its soul. This was a manifestation of the improved rapport between the soul and the body. Loopy Toad nodded. I do feel a lot better. The holy beast blood had indeed sped up the rapport between its soul and the body. But Loopy Toad discovered a very serious problem. Its dog fur had actually turned red. Why did my fur turn red? Loopy Toad was already used to having green fur, and it really wasn't used to seeing red all over. Not only was it ugly, but it could also easily cause misunderstandings. From afar, it looked like a piece of Jinhua ham. Little Silver smirked. After soaking in holy beast blood, it'll take at least a month for the color to fade. Pen, don't worry, we have our secrets. Little Silver, what is this? Pen, a pack of washing powder enchanted by his lord. It can wash an African into a European. Once again, Little Silver felt like his 3 views had been dealt a heavy blow. After confirming that the holy beast blood was indeed effective, Wang Ling heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, a single treatment couldn't completely solve the problem of narcolepsy. Wang Ling speculated that it would take at least 3 more soaks before it would be completely cured. Thus, Wang Ling cupped his chin and started to look Little Silver up and down. The expression on his face made Little Silver tremble. From the look in his eyes, this coldness seemed to be mixed with a bit of gentleness, and there was a bit of kindness in the gentleness. This was a classic example of hiding a dagger in a smile. Little Silver already had a bad feeling. He saw Wang Ling stretch out his hand, and a square box appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, Wang Ling carefully held the box and took a deep breath. He seemed to be forcibly restraining some sort of agitated emotion as he strove to maintain his composure. He handed the box to Little Silver and said in an indifferent voice, "Your reward." Holding the box of crispy noodle snacks, Little Silver was lost in thought. He had thought that the 20 packets of crispy noodle snacks as a reward were a joke. He hadn't expected that the final reward would actually really be crispy noodle snacks. That was a whole 4,000 milliliters of holy beast blood. Little Silver felt his liver hurt, but very quickly realized that Wang Ling's liver hurt even more than his own. Who could tell him what the hell was with that reluctant expression on his face as he stared fixedly at the crispy noodle snacks? Pen, this is the reward that his lord promised you, which has already been settled in advance. Mr. Silver, there should still be 6,000 milliliters of holy beast blood left. When will it be convenient for Mr. Silver to send it over next time? Little Silver, this was really the first time that Little Silver had ever felt so miserable since he was born. Holding the box of crispy noodle snacks, Little Silver's face was full of grievance. Crispy noodle snacks, what on earth could these crispy noodle snacks do? Could they improve blood circulation and nourish skin like the youth-retaining pill? Could they clear meridians and cleanse veins like the marrow cleansing pill? Could they replenish essence and chi like the Dahuan pill? Could they bring the dead back to life like the soul revival pill? Or could they raise realms like the advanced pill? Obviously, none of them. What was more, the advanced pill was just a legend. It was impossible for it to exist. Although there were indeed relevant records in historical records, no one had been able to research the advanced pill until now. Little Silver had long heard that the Shao clan had spent a lot of money to gather thousands of the nation's top alchemists as the core to set up a research lab with the Shao clan's elite alchemists. But after more than 10 years, they still hadn't been able to develop the basic formula for the advanced pill. So, Little Silver pondered as he waited for this box of crispy noodle snacks, which contained a whole 20 packets. Speaking of realms, the highest level among spirit beasts was first class. For a first-class spirit beast to advance to the level of a holy beast was no different from a cultivator's tribulation. It required a huge amount of time and a heavy price. But there were very few cases of spirit beasts advancing to holy beasts through late-stage cultivation. As far as Little Silver could remember, there were no more than 2 cases in history. Apart from late-stage cultivation, the other type was to rely purely on bloodline inheritance to become a pure natural holy beast. Little Silver belonged to the second type. But even pure natural holy beasts were divided into various ranks, and Little Silver believed that he was probably at the core of the holy beasts. He was a 6th-class holy beast. When he was born, he had only been a 9th-class holy beast, and it had taken him 6,000 years to cultivate to 6th class. 2,000 years for first class. He was now 8,000 years old, and for holy beasts, he was still considered a baby at this age. It was just that breaking through to the next realm was really too difficult for holy beasts. What was more, holy beasts were now practically extinct in the world. There might still be other holy beasts, but they might all be in hiding. At the very least, Little Silver hadn't sensed the aura of any other holy beast in the last 100 years. Thus, Little Silver felt that he might be the only remaining holy beast in the world today. I'm so rare, why can't they cherish me and love me a little? At this thought, Little Silver suddenly felt a little bitter. Seeing the silver-haired young man holding the crispy noodle snacks with an aggrieved expression on his face, Pen couldn't help sighing in his heart. Some people just didn't know how lucky they were. Brother Little Silver, these crispy noodle snacks were personally enchanted by his lord. They're extraordinarily valuable. Pen couldn't help reaching out and patting Little Silver on the shoulder. How many people want them but can't get them? You've struck it big. Huh? Chapter 397. That night, Little Silver left with this box of crispy noodle snacks, full of doubts. In theory, he didn't think a few packets of crispy noodle snacks would be of any use, but it was clear that the monster Pen's words before he left the villa had been a clear hint, which proved that these crispy noodle snacks were indeed valuable. But Little Silver could only wait until he got back to slowly study them. Although he was a holy beast, it wasn't like he had never heard of crispy noodle snacks before. For many people, this was an unforgettable childhood snack, but as they grew older, they wouldn't go out of their way to buy crispy noodle snacks to eat. A lot of people ate crispy noodle snacks when they were young to collect the water margin cards in the crispy noodle snacks, which could be exchanged for prizes. So why were card games so popular now? It was because the kids who had bought crispy noodle snacks to collect cards had grown up. Although Little Silver, who was 8,000 years old, was still just a baby for a holy beast, he felt that there was no way he would be able to open a crispy noodle snack package and eat it in public on the street. In terms of age alone, Little Silver had actually lived for a really long time. Cultivation began after Huaxiao Nation had been founded, and Little Silver had been born long before Huaxiao Nation had been founded. It could be said that Little Silver had witnessed a lot of history. Many holy beasts had disappeared and gone into hiding, and the holy beast community had suffered a devastating blow a long time ago. Little Silver was the only one who had survived until now. Sometimes when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it really hadn't been easy. Thinking about it carefully, this was probably the first time in his long life that he had been in such close contact with human society. He was currently staying in grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's villa for the time being, which could be considered safe. On the other hand, he had also acknowledged Wang Ling as his master. Although this master was a little stingy, there was no need to doubt his strength, and he could definitely protect Little Silver. Holy beasts had very long lifespans, so long that Little Silver himself didn't know how much longer he could live. Little Silver now had 3 wishes. The first was to be able to find other living holy beasts in his lifetime. The second was to work hard at cultivating and break through to become a 5th-class holy beast. Lastly, he had to take good care of Yixian and help her figure out her background as soon as possible. Not only was this girl naturally dumb, but her memory was also fragmented and she couldn't remember many things. Back when Yixian had been poisoned, Little Silver had mistakenly brought her into Immortal Mansion in order to help her find medicine, and they had fallen under the control of the Master of Immortal Mansion. Fortunately, Wang Ling had shown up in time, otherwise Little Silver felt that he might not have been able to escape. He had been saved by the art courtyard, so he had to repay this debt of gratitude. On the way home, Little Silver suddenly missed Yixian a little and wondered how she was doing at Xiaoyinzhenren's place. It wasn't until Little Silver left that Loopy Toad told Wang Ling about its dream of entering Daoist Guang's space while soaking in the holy beast blood. This was an agreement between Loopy Toad and Daoist Guang. Without Daoist Guang's consent, it actually wouldn't be good if other people found out about this. Loopy Toad actually didn't regard Little Silver as an outsider. After all, the other party had lost so much blood to alleviate its narcolepsy. But an agreement was an agreement. Before things were confirmed, it would be better for him and Little Master Ling to discuss this matter in person. To be honest, Loopy Toad didn't know what to say. Thinking about it carefully, it felt that this Daoist Guang was actually quite pitiful. In order to pursue a realm, he had sealed his soul in a space to look for a fated person, and now he was begging Little Master Ling to think of a solution for his freedom. The affairs of the world were fickle, and in the end, it was difficult to satisfy both sides. In this world, whenever you had to make a choice, it would be exceptionally hesitant and difficult, because most people had difficulty choosing. Loopy Toad felt that Taoist Guang wasn't a bad person. A spirit beast's sixth sense had always been very accurate. It wasn't just limited to sensing danger and detecting an enemy's aura or realm, but was also a judgment of human nature. In the soul space, Loopy Toad had sensed that Taoist Guang was very approachable, which was why it felt that although this senior looked silly and a little immoral, he actually wasn't a bad person. Considering the seriousness of the matter, Loopy Toad raised its head with a rare serious expression on its face. "Wang Ling, I have something to say." Wang Ling's heart trembled at this look. He remembered that this was the first time since he had brought Loopy Toad home that Wang Ling had heard Loopy Toad directly call him by his name and stare at him with a serious expression, indicating that it wanted to talk about something. Wang Ling's imagination instantly ran wild. After all, he was only 16 years old. In some sense, he had inherited Mother Wang and Father Wang's novel-writing genes, and his imagination was even bigger than that of other people his age. So what was he trying to do with his serious look? Furthermore, there seemed to be a hint of nervousness in its serious expression, as if it didn't know what to say. It was like a normally well-behaved child who never messed around casually suddenly coming home to say that he had a girlfriend, and furthermore, that she was pregnant. Wait. Pregnant. Wang Ling couldn't help hissing as he sucked in a cold breath of air and whispered telepathically, "What did you do to someone else's female dog?" Pooh. Loopy Toad almost spat out a mouthful of blood when it heard this. How could it be so hardcore as to randomly look for a female dog? In any case, it had to wait until it could cultivate a human form to look for a big-breasted girl. And the worst thing was that Loopy Toad realized that little Master Ling spoke telepathically. Not only did he speak telepathically, he even spoke very softly. How afraid was he of other people finding out about this? Loopy Toad thought that this was the legendary, "Don't wash your dirty linen in public." But from a certain point of view, Loopy Toad was actually pretty happy. At the very least, it proved that it had already integrated into this place and little Master Ling's inner world, and truly regarded it as one of its own. Actually, after interacting with Wang Ling for so long, Loopy Toad had already figured out a lot about Ling Jinren's temper. He looked expressionless on the surface, but in fact, he still had the fiery spirit of a young man in his heart. Loopy Toad called this a paralyzed face, but not a paralyzed heart. Although Wang Ling usually didn't like to talk much, Loopy Toad was well aware that little Master Ling's mind was definitely very rich. It was a pity that Loopy Toad couldn't learn the mind-reading ability, otherwise it would definitely be very interesting. To put it bluntly, little Master Ling's temperament was that he usually kept strangers at bay, was wary of outsiders, and only kept in touch with people he was familiar with. Loopy Toad suddenly thought of that astrology successor Song Kai whom it had met during the military training exercise for the 6 schools a while ago. Song Kai had done a lot of research on astrology. Loopy Toad hadn't really believed it at first. But now that it analyzed it from various angles, little Master Ling indeed looked like a classic case of Capricorn facial paralysis. Chapter 398. The Taoist Guang incident was actually a little complicated to explain in words. There were too many secrets involved, and it couldn't be explained in a few words. Furthermore, if Loopy Toad repeated its dream of entering Taoist Guang's space from beginning to end, it would actually be suspicious of exaggerating the number of words. So Loopy Toad simply jumped directly onto the table and wrapped its paws around Wang Ling's arm and placed it on its head to keep it relaxed. Loopy Toad knew that Wang Ling had the ability to search memories, but this ability also had its limits. For example, if the person involved directly recounted what they had experienced, it would definitely be clearer than if they had heard it from a grapevine. So Loopy Toad chose this simple and crude method, and directly copied and pasted this memory to Wang Ling. This kind of memory search, memory retrieval, and copying and pasting were actually all spells that were difficult for ordinary cultivators to learn, but that didn't mean Loopy Toad didn't know how to do it. In any case, Loopy Toad had been an awe-inspiring demon king before. Wang Ling watched Loopy Toad's series of actions expressionlessly from the side. It wasn't until Loopy Toad's memory was completely transmitted that his expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected so many things to have happened while Loopy Toad had been soaking in the bath just now. Because Daoist Guang had set him up without permission and forced his soul to form a contract with the space, Wang Ling had been unhappy and blacklisted the old man in a fit of rage. But Wang Ling hadn't expected this Daoist Guang to actually take advantage of this opportunity to find Loopy Toad through his soul contract with Wang Ling. It could only be said that an old senior was an old senior. There was no doubt about Wang Ling's strength, but he was only 16 years old after all, and actually still had a long way to go in terms of cultivation. At the same time, he lacked a lot of experience. Even Wang Ling couldn't solve this problem of experience, he could only accumulate it over time. To put it bluntly, it was actually a matter of time that Wang Ling couldn't control his realm. His realm was growing too fast, and normal cultivators suffered from being unable to break through. It was only Wang Ling who suffered from not having enough time to adapt. But Wang Ling had never forgotten to learn how to control his strength. Like his dumbass big brother Wang Ming had said, his body was gradually familiarizing itself with the special substance in the Dao Talisman seal. When he first came into contact with it, in the worst-case scenario, he would directly pass out. Even if he woke up later, he would be weak all over for a long time. But now, the lethality of this substance against him could be said to be decreasing. Wang Ling felt that this was probably because of his immortal physique. The super spell Fang Xing had used earlier, Immortal Mode, gathered the spirit energy of heaven and earth and turned an ordinary person's physique into that of an immortal for a short period of time. However, this spell consumed a lot of energy and lasted only a short time. But it was actually very abnormal when used in battle. This was because this kind of physique was extremely adaptable to the environment. As soon as a spell technique was activated, one would be able to fight without any worries in any environment. And the most amazing thing was that this was an orthodox spell that had been certified by the industry. After using it, there were no side effects. As long as one had enough spiritual energy, they could continue to use it at any time. The only drawback was that it was difficult to learn. So, from a certain point of view, Wang Ling's situation was even more abnormal. He was born with an immortal physique. As for why it couldn't resist the anti-Wang Ling substance that Wang Ming had discovered, Wang Ling's guess was that an immortal's constitution probably had a period of growth. The older they got, the more adaptable they became. And it was very obvious that Wang Ling's immortal physique had probably already successfully broken through the kindergarten stage and was heading towards primary school. This was also why the substance's effect on him was becoming weaker and weaker. Wang Ling knew that this wasn't a long-term solution. He had to think of another way. He also didn't know how long the Dao Talisman seal would last. Looking at the current situation, it would be a miracle if he could survive until he graduated from high school. At that moment, Wang Ling understood what Senior Pang, whose Daoist name was Daoist Guang, had said to Loopy Toad in his soul space. What really interested Wang Ling wasn't the gate between worlds itself, but the Immortal's treasure house that Daoist Guang had mentioned. Legend had it that after Immortal Zhenyuan had wandered the world, he had left behind a huge fortune inside, and was a One Piece in the cultivation world. Back then, Immortal Zhenyuan had made two bold proclamations that had spread far and wide in the cultivation world. First, whoever could gather the 7 stars sword, purple gold gourd, and golden canopy rope, would personally appear to accept him as a disciple and reveal clues about the Immortal's treasure house. Second, in addition to the first method of obtaining clues, if someone was fated to find the whereabouts of the Immortal's treasure house, they could also inherit its wealth. These two bold proclamations had actually been around for a very long time, and had been circulating since before Wang Ling had been born. They were flags from ancient times, but until now, no one had been able to find them. Wang Ling felt that there might be something here that could help him. For the sake of the Immortal's treasure house, Wang Ling felt that he could have a good chat with this Daoist Guang. But given this Daoist Guang's identity as a wily old fox, Wang Ling felt that it was better to be cautious when dealing with this kind of person. So, Wang Ling immediately composed a text message and called out to another wily old fox in the cultivation circle who was brimming with a sense of justice. Not long after he sent the message, grenade-throwing senior immortal replied almost instantly, "Brother Ling, you actually have clues about the immortal's treasure house?" On the other side, grenade-throwing senior immortal was indescribably shaken when he received the message. If this kind of news got out, the whole cultivation circle would tremble. Sometimes, grenade-throwing senior immortal also felt that this Brother Ling of his was very mystical. Why was Brother Ling always able to speak so casually about such a big matter? And there was one thing that grenade-throwing senior immortal was very curious about. Based on grenade-throwing senior immortal's understanding of Wang Ling generally wouldn't be bothered to get involved in this kind of matter that involved a lot of people. On one hand, he liked to keep a low profile and wasn't too willing to show his face in public. On the other hand, he found it very troublesome. This time, Wang Ling had actually taken the initiative to bring up the immortal's treasure house and even invited him to discuss it. There had to be something fishy about this. Out of curiosity, grenade-throwing senior immortal sent a message and asked, "Brother Ling, why are you suddenly interested in the immortal's treasure house?" On the other side, Wang Ling was silent when he saw this message. Because only a few of his family members knew about suppressing their auras, no matter how familiar he was with grenade throwing, there was no way Wang Ling would tell anyone about it. This was grenade-throwing senior immortal's biggest secret. Seeing that Wang Ling wasn't replying, grenade-throwing senior immortal swiftly made a guess and sent another message. Grenade-throwing senior immortal, could it be that this immortal's treasure house has a collection of crispy noodle snacks? Wang Ling. Grenade-throwing senior immortal was completely stupefied and couldn't help thinking. He had never thought that even immortal Jin Yuan would have this taste. As expected of a big shot, even their food was the same. Chapter 399. A lot of things happened that night. On the other side, Little Silver's journey back to grenade-throwing senior immortal's villa on his own wasn't very peaceful. He felt like someone was following him. A holy beast had all 6 senses, and was 100 times more sensitive to danger than a first-class spirit beast. This group of people following him didn't have good intentions, and they gave off an unpleasant aura. This was the evil aura of malicious people. After sensing that he was being followed, Little Silver quickly sped up and headed for a crowded area in an attempt to shake them off. Little Silver wasn't afraid of these people. What he was afraid of was his true identity being exposed. If people found out that he was an 8,000-year-old silver unicorn, even Little Silver himself couldn't imagine the consequences. So what Little Silver was really afraid of wasn't people, but people who knew his true identity and harbored evil intentions. Furthermore, this group of people was very patient and had been following him for a very long time. Little Silver thought about it carefully and realized that this group of people had been following him since he had taken the spirit bus to the subway. Little Silver didn't know which force they belonged to or what their objective was. Furthermore, the other party's target was very clear. In a crowded place like the subway station, they had been able to lock onto him with such precision. What should he do? Should he find a place with no one around and make his move? Little Silver was very conflicted. That was because after the Immortal Mansion incident, Wang Ling had made a pact with Little Silver before taking him out that Little Silver wasn't allowed to act on his own without permission. If anything was exposed, everything would be over. In this situation, it was better to ask for advice. Thinking this, Little Silver started to make a mad detour around the block to buy time to send a group message. Grenade-throwing senior immortal had only recently added him to the group, and he had only just learned how to type. When he was at home, Little Silver preferred to use the voice input function, which was more efficient. But now that he was in a noisy block, it was so noisy that he couldn't even hear clearly, let alone voice. Little Silver had tried it just now, and realized that as soon as he spoke, his voice would turn into a string of electronic sounds, and he couldn't communicate at all. Thus, he could only type now. The main point was that he had only learned it recently, so his typing speed was very slow. Furthermore, this keyboard was really too small, and Little Silver found it inconvenient to type. It was better to change to a giant screen and let him turn into his real body and step on it with his hooves. After walking around the block for more than 3 minutes, Little Silver finally managed to type with difficulty, "Someone's following me. What should I do?" Soon, there was a series of replies in the group. Salyenjinrin shouted, "Beat him up." Lightning Dharmaraja, "Shock him." Bulang Saber Immortal, "Kill him." Immortal Toya, "Poison him." Little Silver, there were actually only a few people who had been involved in the Immortal Mansion incident who knew who Little Silver really was. When grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had added Little Silver to the group, he had told those who hadn't been involved in the Immortal Mansion incident that Little Silver was a distant relative of his, and had done a pretty good job of keeping it a secret. Although everyone in the group was grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's own people, the fewer people who knew that Little Silver was a holy beast, the better. Thus, no one in the group would publicly reveal Little Silver's identity and just treat him as a new brother. Under normal circumstances, newcomers who had just joined the group would usually be teased. Little Silver was anxious. He had spent 3 minutes typing 8 words, but this group of brothers and sisters didn't take it seriously at all. How should he deal with this situation? Continue to explain. It seemed that he didn't have much time left. The people behind him were watching him very closely, and if he repeatedly typed in circles around this block, they would definitely become suspicious. And if he sent a love package, the old friends in the group would even less take it seriously. Fang Xing was also in the group. He hadn't expected Little Silver to actually run into trouble at this time. "Seniors, don't tease Little Silver. I lost a bet back then and promised Ling Jinren not to make a move at will." This was Fang Xing's reminder to the others who knew Little Silver's true identity, and at the same time, it was a unified statement to the outside world as he forcefully changed the agreement between Little Silver and Wang Ling into a bet. These lines had all been rehearsed before Little Silver had joined the group. Clearly, Fang Xing's reminder enlightened Salyenjinren, Dharmaraja, and the others. To be honest, if it wasn't for Fang Xing's reminder, they would have almost forgotten about this. As a holy beast, Little Silver couldn't make a move at will, and had to get permission. Now that he was being followed, it was indeed a tricky problem. In front of the screen, Little Silver was moved when he saw Fang Xing's reply, favorable impression points of Fang Xing plus 10,086. Salyenjinren, where is brother Little Silver now? Looking around, Little Silver found a street sign, which read, Luoyen Road. Little Silver instantly despaired, MMP. What kind of F*** King Road name was this? He typed slowly to begin with, and the most important thing was that he didn't recognize all of these words. At that moment, Fang Xing spoke in the group again. "Brother Little Silver, you've just learned the chat software, so you're a little slow at typing. Brother Little Silver, open the multifunction box in the chat interface. There's a location tab on it, and you can send your location with one click. Let us know where you are first." Little Silver was so moved to tears when he read these words. Brother Fang Xing knows me best. Following Fang Xing's instructions, Little Silver quickly sent his coordinates, which just happened to show the street name in the group chat window. When they saw the street name, everyone in the group was enlightened. Salyenjinren, oh, it's here. Lightning Dharmaraja, I know this place. It's a place that sells magic artifacts. It's very noisy, and when you talk around here, your voice becomes electronic. Immortal Toya, how do you pronounce these words? Salyenjinren, I don't know. Lightning Dharmaraja, I don't know. Little Silver was stunned. A group of cultivators actually suffered at the same time because of their lack of culture. Fang Xing, it seems to be near my house. How about I go over and take a look? But right after Fang Xing said this, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal suddenly went online. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Brother Fang Xing, you don't have to go over. Brother Little Silver, don't worry, Ling Jinren has already agreed. Special situations require special responses. The people following you are from the Demon Hunters Association, and it's very likely that they're high-level elders on the run. Brother Little Silver, it's best if you lure them to a hidden place and get rid of them together without exposing your identity. Seeing this message, everyone in the group and Little Silver breathed sighs of relief. But Little Silver still found it very strange. Why were these people from the Demon Hunters Association targeting him? He and the Demon Hunters Association had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Even if this group of elders came for revenge, it was reasonable to say that they shouldn't be looking for him. But right now, Little Silver couldn't care less. Since Wang Ling had already agreed to make a move, he naturally wouldn't be polite to this group of people behind him. He had been stifled to death these last few days. Chapter 400. On the other side, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had just sent Little Silver a message in the main group when he immediately opened a private chat window. The person he was talking to was none other than Wang Ling. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal quickly typed a question. Brother Ling, why do you know who those people are, and why are you so sure that the Demon Hunters Association will find Brother Little Silver? Wang Ling was silent on this question. He felt that it was actually a little complicated. In fact, this matter had to start from when Little Silver had delivered the blood. At that time, when Wang Ling had been about to soak Loopy Toad in Holy Beast blood, he had suddenly realized that someone had left a soul mark on Loopy Toad's body. This marking technique was very clever, and was even more powerful than the 1MO Immortal Castle had used to track Song Qingshu back then. The main thing was that it was so well hidden that it wasn't easy to discover it unless you looked carefully. Loopy Toad had stayed at home before, and the only people who had the opportunity to leave this mark on Loopy Toad were the people from the Demon Hunters Association. Wang Ling deduced that it had to be Strongzwa who had done this in secret, but given Strongzwa's abilities, he wouldn't have been able to make this kind of soul mark on Loopy Toad alone. Thus, Wang Ling deduced that there had to be an expert helping him from behind the scenes. Then, when Wang Ling had thrown Loopy Toad into the wooden barrel, he had transferred the mark to Little Silver in passing. After learning the whole story, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal wiped his sweat as he looked at the screen. Brother Ling, did you plan this from the beginning? But can I ask, why Little Silver? Actually, Wang Ling had also given this question careful thought. First of all, the people who had come for revenge were elders, and of course they were much stronger than trash like Strongzwa. Secondly, Loopy Toad's narcolepsy hadn't been completely cured, and it would be a serious problem if it collapsed in battle. In addition, and last of all, the Soul Pet contract's long-range assistance was also on cooldown. So, Wang Ling's answer was very simple. What if Loopy Toad was injured? Sitting in front of the screen, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was lost in deep thought at this answer. For some reason, he smelled a hint of doting. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal suddenly felt sorry for Little Silver. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered that while Little Silver had acknowledged Wang Ling as his master, he hadn't signed a contract yet. Furthermore, just from Wang Ling's attitude on this matter, he could already tell how important Little Silver and Loopy Toad were in Wang Ling's heart. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help sighing in his heart. If Little Silver really wanted a place in Brother Ling's harem, he still had a long way to go. Wait a minute, it seemed like he had been fed a mouthful of dog food for no reason. God-damn dog food. Whether it was Fang Xing's house or Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's, this block was actually very close to both Fang Xing's and Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's houses. It was only this oddly named road that Little Silver had never taken. If he hadn't received instructions from Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, he really wouldn't have known what to do with this bunch of people behind him. After receiving clear instructions, Little Silver felt reassured and deliberately slowed down his pace. There weren't many people following him, only 2. Following closely behind Little Silver, they finally arrived at a factory building that was still under construction. A modern food processing plant was probably going to be built here, but it was currently still under construction. When the work stopped at night, the workers would have already gotten off work, so there wouldn't be anyone around. Moreover, the construction site inside was very spacious. The 2 Demon Hunters Association elders tailed him all the way and stopped in front of the construction site's tightly shut iron gate. They saw that the silver-haired youth had leaped in from here. There was an 80% chance that they had been discovered. He's actually not moving. An old Taoist in a gray robe stood at the door with a compass in his hand, which indicated the location of the soul mark. After the silver-haired young man had leaped in, the moving soul mark on the compass had stopped moving, which meant that the young man had already stopped moving. This beast has guts to actually dare declare war on us. The old Taoist snorted coldly. Senior brother, don't you think we might have the wrong target? On the side, a somewhat effeminate man with a mole on his face couldn't help asking. Before Strongzwa had been caught, in addition to secretly placing a soul mark, he had in fact also transmitted a secret order. After the secret order was analyzed, it was a description of the enemy. Apart from the young man, the main force was a green dog, and it was an Akita. Based on the analysis of the secret order, Strongzwa also stated that the dog's grade was estimated to be 3rd class, but it had a very powerful master behind it. It was precisely because its master had activated the soul pet contract and strengthened its strength that Strongzwa's group had been completely wiped out. But the problem was, the target they were chasing now wasn't a dog. As the junior brother, the effeminate man seriously suspected that something must have gone wrong, but the problem now was that the two of them had their own opinions. The old Taoist held the compass and refused to believe it no matter what. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and snorted. The soul mark contains the president's power. You and I have both seen the president's strength, so it's absolutely impossible for there to be a mistake. I firmly believe that the young man inside is that dog. But senior brother, even if he transformed into a human, he would still have to be 1st class. But Strongzwa's secret order shows that the dog is 3rd class. The junior brother was startled. He felt that this matter wasn't reliable. There were too many suspicious points. Moreover, as a green-haired dog, even if it transformed into a human, its hair should at least be green, right? There were too many things that didn't add up. Senior brother Kanglin, do you think it's possible that someone tampered with the soul mark? The junior brother guessed. Tampered? The old Taoist couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother Han, you're still young and inexperienced. Junior brother Han, but, there are no buts. The old Taoist pinched his beard. Once the soul mark is engraved, it can't be washed away unless the soul is cleansed. What's more, the president's soul mark technique is superb and extremely good at hiding. It's hard to even find it, let alone tampering. And junior brother Han, you said tampered, but how? Junior brother Han's voice was very soft. I speculate that maybe someone moved the soul mark. As soon as he said that, the old Taoist laughed. Junior brother. The hole in your brain is too big. How can someone move the soul mark in this world? This kind of method doesn't exist. Junior brother Han, unless he's the reincarnation of an immortal king. The old Taoist waved his hand and chuckled. If there really is such a person, I, Kanglin, swear on my Taoist name that my entire family will die within a few days. Junior brother Han, but senior brother Kanglin, aren't you an orphan? The old Taoist, you and I have depended on each other for many years and hunt spirit beasts for a living. I've long regarded you as family. Chapter 401. Junior brother Han felt that if it had been anyone else, as long as they used their brains and calmed down and thought about it carefully, they would feel that something wasn't right. After all, it was really hard to associate a 3rd-class green-furred Akita with a silver-haired young man, since spirit beasts in human form usually had something in common with their original bodies. But given the current situation, this junior brother Han couldn't get a word in edgewise. There was nothing he could do about it. Apart from strength, the cultivation circle was a circle that valued seniority even more. Some old seniors liked to give pointers from the perspective of a senior, which was very frustrating. Seniors were more willing to look at problems based on their experience, and most of them were pedantic and stubborn people who clung to dogma. Although junior brother Han felt that this was a trap, he indeed couldn't find any other reason to refute his senior brother's words. Because the idea of transferring the soul mark was really a little whimsical, in theory, it was indeed impossible to achieve. Little Silver stood on the empty construction site and had already confirmed that there was no one else there. He could clearly sense that the two cultivators from the Demon Hunters Association who had been tracking him were standing outside the iron gate. One was at the soul formation stage, the other at the nascent soul stage. After detecting their realms, Little Silver instantly felt a deep sense of loss. They were too weak, not enough at all. Generally speaking, when there was a disparity in realms, the most difficult thing to do was the legendary, show mercy. But it seemed that Little Silver didn't need to consider this problem at all today. He remembered that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had instructed him to kill these two elders of the Demon Hunters Association without exposing his identity. This also meant that he could kill these two elders without any worries. As for whether he had to find the president of the Demon Hunters Association through these two elders, that had nothing to do with Little Silver. Then, how should he make these two people die a miserable and painful death? Little Silver narrowed his eyes and cupped his chin as he pondered with a slight smile on his face. News of the Demon Hunters Association had spread like wildfire in the last 2 days, and there was no way Little Silver wouldn't know about it. The reason why holy beasts had gone extinct was precisely because of organizations similar to the Demon Hunters Association, which disregarded life for the sake of profit, killed indiscriminately, and regarded living creatures as worthless grass. This kind of people really should be put to death. While Little Silver was thinking this, his ears suddenly twitched. Outside the iron gate, a bright ball of light suddenly shot through the air like a monkey. The next moment, this light instantly scattered and turned into several hooked claws that shot at him. A trap ball? Little Silver recognized this ball of light at one glance. It was a single-use magical beast-catching ball, a common magical treasure used to capture spirit beasts. However, if the capture failed, this magical treasure would become useless. Furthermore, this type of magic treasure also had a written rule that only a person with a pet trainer qualification certificate could possess and use it normally. Also, there was a rule that this kind of magic treasure could be used. Little Silver's face was as calm as an ancient well, and he blinked his slender eyelashes with a very helpless expression. He didn't even wait for the beast-catching ball's outstretched claw to grab it, and directly stretched out his hand to grab it. In the end, the beast-catching ball that the old Taoist had just taken out didn't even have a chance to do anything before Little Silver crushed it to death in the air. The light from the trap ball disappeared, indicating that the capture had failed. The two elders of the Demon Hunters Association immediately rushed through the iron gate after taking out the trap ball, but Little Silver was too fast. As soon as they landed, they saw that the trap ball they had taken out earlier was already in the silver-haired young man's hands. What a piece of trash, Little Silver sighed in his heart and directly crushed the trap ball into powder. The old Taoist was stupefied. That's impossible. This trap ball was an advanced product among trap balls. Even if it was a second-class spirit beast, it had an 85% chance of successfully catching it. Little Silver pursed his lips and was speechless. It was just a broken ball and it wanted to catch him. Where on earth did he get his confidence from? The old Taoist stared at Little Silver. You're a good green-furred dog, you do have some skill. Little Silver, why am I a dog? The old Taoist, Don't think that just because you ate a meatball that can turn you into a human, you can pretend to be a first-class spirit beast. This old man is quick-witted, I've already seen through everything. Little Silver, on the side, junior brother Han's heart trembled when he saw this scene. To be able to catch the trap ball so easily already proved that this young man's identity wasn't ordinary. Senior brother, I think there's something strange about this person. Why don't we retreat first and make a decision later? The junior brother kindly reminded him, but the old Taoist wasn't willing to listen. Let's do it again. This time, my venerable self definitely won't let it escape. As he spoke, the old Taoist made a hand seal, and another ball of light flew out of his hand. My venerable self doesn't believe that I can't catch you this time. The old Taoist grinned maliciously. This was an upgraded version of the trap ball from before. Not only was it faster and had a higher chance of catching spirit beasts, but more importantly, it had an invisibility effect. This ball was clearly the old Taoist's prized possession, and he wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. An ordinary trap ball cost 1,000 immortal gold bars. Little Silver surmised that this old Taoist was offering a collector's edition now would cost more than 10,000 immortal gold bars to buy one. Trapping spirit beasts was also a money-burning game. However, to the old Taoist's surprise, less than half a second after the ball was taken out, this silver-haired young man actually caught it again. The old Taoist was so startled that he took a step back. Don't you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Little Silver looked at the old Taoist a little disappointedly. This was definitely the most dreamless soul formation cultivator Little Silver had ever seen. Relying solely on one-time use magic treasures to burn money to fight, Little Silver felt that there was no future in this. That's impossible. You're just a spirit beast. When dealing with spirit beasts, a trap ball is more useful than any magic treasure. The old Taoist was so angry that his whole body trembled. Junior brother. Take out our trump card. Senior brother Kanglin, I'll bear all the losses. Now that things had come to this, the old Taoist knew that there was no way out, and he roared. Then, the junior brother beside him had no choice but to take out a beast-catching ball embedded with crystals from his storage pouch. This was their final trump card. This beast-catching ball was also the highest grade of beast-catching balls, Master Ball. Even if it was a first-class spirit beast, its success rate was as high as 100%. Go! Master Ball! The old Taoist roared. Little Silver, a resplendent light shone from the Master Ball. Then, Little Silver sighed, stretched out his hand again, and strangled the light to death. Impossible, that's impossible. The old Taoist's eyes widened. This Master Ball was already his and his junior brother's final trump card. How could it be fended off so easily with a 100% success rate? Holding the Master Ball in his hand, the corners of Little Silver's mouth couldn't help twitching. Indeed, the Master Ball was very powerful and very rare. It could even capture a first-class spirit beast with a 100% success rate. Chapter 402. At the beginning, Little Silver had thought that this would be a rather interesting fight. While the gap in realms was indeed a little big, at the very least he would be able to move his muscles and bones. However, this old Taoist was too lousy. From beginning to end, the only thing he knew to do was throw trap balls, which made Little Silver very disappointed. When all was said and done, this was also the effect of the current era of peace on cultivators. Their days were too easy, and they didn't have the time to calm down and practice their actual combat skills. In Little Silver's view, just having a realm was useless, actual combat skills and realm were equally important. In the past, if a soul formation cultivator couldn't throw 100 punches in a second, they would be too embarrassed to tell others about their realm. Of course, if you could kill someone in one punch, you could completely ignore this argument. Although there were a lot of formidable cultivators in this day and age, Little Silver had to admit that the weakening of modern cultivators' actual combat skills had already become a trend, just like the aging of the population. In the past, it had always been spells and battle techniques, but now, more and more cultivators chose to compete with magic treasures. In short, there were more and more substandard goods. In the past, the strong were respected and strength reigned supreme. But in this day and age, realm actually wasn't the only standard of measurement. From Little Silver's point of view, if he ranked the important standards of modern cultivators in descending order, they could be roughly divided into IQ, realm and money. In this day and age, could you survive without a realm? Of course you could. But the prerequisite was that you had to be an honest person and live a dutiful life. Could you survive without a realm but with money? Of course you could. Money was omnipotent in any age, and money could make the devil turn millstones. Nowadays, there were plenty of rich kids who spent a lot of money to invest in all kinds of heavenly treasures to improve their physiques. Lin Xiaozong, the famous second-generation rich kid in the high school circle who had been mentioned before, was a good example. Then, here was the last question: Could you survive without IQ? Little Silver stared at the old Taoist in front of him, who looked like he had one foot in the grave, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He thought that if this old Taoist had half the IQ of his junior brother, he wouldn't have fallen to this state today. Little Silver blinked. His eyelashes were so long that people would often mistake him for a girl just by looking at his eyes. The moonlight shone on his silver hair, giving off a beautiful glow. Coupled with his white shirt, he looked holy from afar. Then, in front of the two Demon Hunters Association cultivators, Little Silver began to release his aura. The leading old Taoist glanced at him. This aura caused his expression to change very quickly. Junior brother, be careful. This spiritual pressure was like a great sword of Demacia descending from the sky, stabbing straight into their heads. In an instant, the two brothers couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. The weaker junior brother Han directly spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. He's going to enlarge it. The old Taoist's expression changed drastically. According to his experience, under normal circumstances, there would usually be a powerful spiritual pressure that would descend before a big move was used. Little Silver was speechless when he heard this. How was this? He hadn't even released 20% of his chi. You're not worthy of my big move at all. Little Silver couldn't help yawning. This fight was too boring. When all was said and done, there were too few people nowadays who could force him to release his intrinsic spirit field to fight, so even now, Little Silver's memory of his fight with Wang Ling was still fresh in his mind. He had lived for 8,000 years, and it was only in that fight with Wang Ling that he could clearly feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Holy beasts never submitted to humans easily, which was why Little Silver had chosen Wang Ling of his own accord. Let's end this fight. Thinking this, Little Silver straightened his expression and didn't plan to continue playing with these two people. Then, his pupils contracted slightly, and the spiritual pressure in the air suddenly intensified. With Little Silver at its center, a huge tidal wave swept out in all directions. The ground shook and cracked, and the bricks and tiles around the construction site floated into the air as if they were weightless. As the pressure continued to intensify, a silver mark appeared between Little Silver's eyebrows. Itinerant immortal mark, the two fellow disciples cried out in alarm. At that moment, the old Taoist was drenched in cold sweat. The situation had already completely exceeded his expectations. In fact, the moment Little Silver had caught the master ball, the old Taoist had already realized that something wasn't right. He should have listened to his junior brother earlier. Maybe they really had the wrong person, and the soul mark might really have been tampered with. And this young man was most likely an expert whose strength was perhaps higher than that of a soul formation cultivator, at the void refinement stage. But the old Taoist could never have imagined that the silver-haired young man standing in front of them at that moment would actually be an itinerant immortal. Above the soul formation stage were the tribulation and void refinement realms, but at the same time, these three realms were collectively known as perfected being, itinerant immortal, and true immortal. The moment the itinerant immortal mark had appeared, the old Taoist had already understood that this wasn't something he, a soul formation cultivator, could contend with. Even if 10, 20, 100 more people came, they would all be crushed. Goodbye, the two of you. Little Silver smiled slightly. He didn't even need to use any spells, because he didn't need to. Just the pressure alone was enough to force the old Taoist and his junior brother to kneel on the ground, their bodies twitching all over. You're not a spirit beast. The old Taoist gritted his teeth unwillingly, his expression a little resentful and remorseful. Because even a first-class spirit beast could only cultivate to the void refinement stage at most, it was absolutely impossible for it to become an itinerant immortal. Itinerant immortal was a collective term for the level between the unity stage and the tribulation stage. Thus, in this world, there was no spirit beast that could cultivate to become an itinerant immortal and condense an itinerant immortal mark. Since death is at hand, I'll show you. Little Silver spread his hands. It was very immoral to let people die with regrets. Since these two people were about to die, Little Silver felt that there was no harm in revealing his identity a little. In the next moment, old Taoist Kanglin and his junior brother Han saw the virtual image of a holy beast appear behind Little Silver. It was a white-silver unicorn with its wings spread, ready to take flight. This virtual image had only been lit up for less than a second. By then, the old Taoist had already understood Little Silver's identity, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Little Silver increased the spiritual pressure once again. In an instant, the old Taoist and his junior brother Han both bled from their orifices, and under the powerful spiritual pressure that they couldn't resist, they died on the spot. This chapter was released normally today, and wasn't considered to be under update. Chapter 403. The fight looked very long, but it took Little Silver less than 5 minutes to finish it off. In the end, the gap in realms couldn't be made up for with magic treasures. This was actually a mistake that many modern cultivators made, who thought that as long as their magic treasures were powerful enough, they could force their way through a battle of higher realms. The truth was that if one's realm wasn't high enough, no matter how powerful a magic treasure was, it wouldn't be very effective. After smoothly getting rid of the 2 cultivators from the Demon Hunters Association, Little Silver sent a message in the group to explain that the matter had been resolved. Dharmaraja replied almost instantly, so fast. In front of the screen, Fang Xing couldn't help laughing. This was a game of thrashing noobs to begin with. This was a holy beast that could summon an intrinsic spirit field. Given that they were allowed to fight, Fang Xing felt that apart from Wang Ling, he was the only one in the group who had the strength to fight it. But the difference was that when he fought Little Silver, he had to use 2 supreme spells, the White Knight spell and Immortal Mode, like he had against the Master of Immortal Mansion of Arrays. That was the only way he could fight Little Silver. Wang Ling just needed to maintain his normal state and fight as usual. Little Silver, remember to clean up the corpses. Also, be careful when you do it, in case it's a trick. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sent Little Silver a private message. Little Silver nodded and put his hands on his hips, his expression very relaxed. Puff, puff, Little Silver spat on the 2 corpses. Although this behavior looked quite uncivilized and wasn't recommended to imitate, the silver unicorn's phlegm contained a strong acid. This was a natural corpse-dissolving liquid, and any corpse below Little Silver's realm would dissolve in an instant. So for Little Silver, disposing of these 2 corpses was no trouble at all. Furthermore, there were no surveillance cameras around the construction site, so it could be said that the aftermath was perfect. Just as Little Silver was about to clap his hands and leave, police sirens suddenly rang out in the nearby streets. By the time Little Silver wanted to leave, it was already too late. Several police cars swiftly rushed into the construction site and surrounded him. More than 10 headlights shone on Little Silver, and he couldn't help raising his hand to block the light, it was too glaring. What was going on? Little Silver had never expected the police to actually notice this place. Before he made his move, he had already very carefully confirmed that there was no one nearby. A police captain got out of the police car, followed by a young man. The young man was wearing a tie and a suit. He looked like an office worker and was trembling behind the police. The sheriff patted the young man on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Tell me everything you saw. Little Silver instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that someone would actually see him fighting just now. This shouldn't be possible. However, if someone really saw the scene of him killing the 2 cultivators of the Demon Hunters Association, it would really be hard to explain. Little Silver raised his hands with an innocent expression. Police uncle, I didn't do anything. He knew that there were no surveillance cameras nearby. If this young man really saw anything, he just had to deny it. That's right. That's right. He had the right to remain silent. Nonsense. The young man pointed at Little Silver and roared, his eyes filled with extreme resentment. His voice was powerful and resonant, filled with righteous indignation. When Little Silver saw this scene, the song, Cold, instantly rang out in his heart. This young man's tone sounded too resolute, and it was likely that he didn't have any evidence. If that was really the case, it would be terrible. The sheriff, sir, don't get agitated, just speak slowly. I'm a construction engineer in charge of this site. When I passed by after work earlier, I noticed some movement here." The young man pushed up his glasses and pointed at Little Silver. "I went around to the back door of the construction site to take a look, and saw this person deliberately destroying the site. There's no way I was wrong. All the bricks and rubble nearby were floating in the air. And I also saw him." Little Silver had a bad feeling about this account. It was likely that this young man had really seen something. "I also saw him." The young man trembled with anger as he spoke. "I also saw him, spitting on the spot." Little Silver. Huh. After saying this, the young man's gloominess was finally relieved, and he heaved a big sigh of relief. "Although I saw him at the back door and could only see his back, there's no way I was wrong. He did spit. 2 big mouthfuls of phlegm on the ground." Little Silver. After the young man told him the details of Little Silver's crime, the sheriff's face also darkened slightly as he looked at Little Silver. "Miss, what are you doing at this construction site in the middle of the night?" Little Silver. "Cultivating. Can't I cultivate?" Because it indeed didn't make sense for him to appear at a construction site that had already been cordoned off in the middle of the night. "You're cultivating here in the middle of the night?" The sheriff. "But this isn't a reason for you to deliberately destroy someone else's construction site. Furthermore, you spat on the ground. You're such a beautiful girl, how can you be so uncivilized? Why did you spit?" Little Silver. "I was cultivating, and my cultivation went awry, so I spat, to get rid of the fire." "Can't I?" The surrounding police officers, as well as the young man who had testified, were all stunned. Look at this perfect answer, which was like a beautiful flower. There was actually no **** flaw in it at all. The sheriff sucked in a cold breath and stared at Little Silver solemnly. "Miss, you spat and deliberately destroyed someone else's construction site. According to public security regulations, you need to be detained for 15 days. Please come with us." Little Silver. At 7:00 in the evening, Songhai City's Anning District Cultivation Police Station. Little Silver was facing a police officer. His wrists were in handcuffs as he prepared to record his statement. After 10 minutes or so in the interrogation room, 2 police officers pushed open the door and entered. When the police little brother in charge of taking down the statement saw Little Silver, they looked at each other in dismay and both had stunned expressions on their faces. The corners of the police officer's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help cursing. "Why is it you again?" Little Silver hadn't expected to actually run into an acquaintance here. Furthermore, he had specially noted down this police little brother's name last time. It was Gao Tian, Officer Gao. Next was the normal interrogation process. The 2 police officers were in position, and the police officer in charge of questioning was the first to speak. "Name?" "Little Silver." "I'm asking for his real name." On the side, Officer Gao couldn't help sweating. "He really is called Little Silver, he was here last time." Little Silver couldn't help sighing. "It's really convenient to have an acquaintance." The 2 police officers, the corners of Officer Gao's mouth twitched. "Don't try to get close to me, hurry up and tell me, why were you practicing on someone else's construction site?" Little Silver laughed in his heart and stared at Gao Tian. "I missed you. Officer Gao." Chapter 404. So when it was almost midnight that day, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal specially went to the police station to bail Little Silver out. Song Qing-shu had become grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's steward after leaving Mo Immortal Castle. He was parked at the gate in a black car. He actually knew more about what was going on in the police station than grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. That was because Song Qingshu's original leadership role at Mo Immortal Castle had been as a liaison for all kinds of networks. Given that Little Silver had just been sent in, it was impossible for him to come out at this time. But Song Qingshu had used his connections to greet him. Although he had already left Mo Immortal Castle, he had planted a lot of spies in various local organizations in Songhai City over the years, and even Mo Immortal Castle didn't know about their existence. And most importantly, these people were completely trustworthy. All of them had received Song Qingshu's financial support and kindness in their most difficult times, and some of them had even been saved by him. So in essence, Song Qingshu wasn't a bad person, otherwise grenade-throwing Senior Immortal wouldn't have kept him by his side to work for him. When grenade-throwing Senior Immortal took Little Silver out of the police station, it just so happened to be 12 o'clock. The back door opened, and Little Silver directly plunged into the car like a paralyzed Guyu. Today was really 2F*** King tired. First of all, he had been inhumanely exchanged for 4,000 milliliters of holy beast blood with 20 crispy noodle snacks. On his way home, he had been targeted by people from the Demon Hunters Association, and then he had been brought to the police station to testify against him. How could so much have happened in just one day? Little Silver lay on the armchair in the back of the car, puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He had discovered a very serious problem. It would have been fine if he didn't go out, but once he did, he would suffer a calamity. Furthermore, if he ended up in a hospital, it would be the police station. I must have offended the Tai Sui. Little Silver suddenly sat up straight and shook his head bitterly as he loudly vented his depression. In the front seat, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal almost spat blood when he heard this. Offended the Tai Sui? How could the Tai Sui be as old as you? By the way, is Senior Immortal very free every day? Little Silver asked as he rested his head on his pillow. In the driver's seat, Song Qingshu almost stepped on the brakes when he heard the question. Because he hadn't participated in the operation to wipe out Immortal Mansion, he actually didn't know Little Silver's true identity, but he had a feeling that Little Silver wasn't just a distant relative of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. At least in the current cultivation circle, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was so famous that basically no one would dare ask him such an impolite question. Moreover, the term, distant relative, was actually quite vague, thus, Song Qingshu had always been suspicious of Little Silver's true identity, but he just didn't dare say it out loud. Hearing Little Silver's question, the corners of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's mouth couldn't help twitching. Brother Little Silver, why do you say that? Little Silver, look, every time something happens to me, you're the first to rush to the scene. And I realize that you seem to care a lot about me. When I came out of the police station, I heard people talking about whether you were my father. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal took a deep breath. Brother Ling entrusted this to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to get involved in this mess. Who would go to the police station every day for no reason? Little Silver was startled. Master. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal turned his expressionless face to look at Little Silver with a weary expression. Brother Ling thinks that Brother Little Silver, you're inexperienced, and sometimes it's easy for your words and actions to cause misunderstandings. Especially after you enter the police station, Brother Little Silver should try not to speak if you can. Little Silver was puzzled. Why? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, think about it, if you say the wrong thing at the police station, it's very easy for the police to assume that you're drunk or on drugs, and they might drag you in for a blood test. There's such a thing. When grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said this, Little Silver instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. If he really was dragged in for a blood test and was found to be the blood of a holy beast, then everything would be over. Thus, there was a period of silence in the car after that, and both grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Little Silver were well aware of what was going on. Only Song Qingshu had a stupefied look on his face. How did this have something to do with Senior Ling again? However, this further affirmed Song Qingshu's attitude toward Little Silver. To be related to Senior Ling, this brother Little Silver's identity definitely wasn't simple. As Song Qingshu drove the car to the villa, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal opened his mouth again. Finish what Senior Ling asked you to do as soon as possible. Little Silver, Little Silver knew that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was referring to the blood test. He still owed Master 6,000 milliliters of holy beast blood. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, when your body is damaged, remember to eat this crispy noodle snack pack. It'll be more effective this way. Little Silver scratched his head. What do you mean? Literally. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sighed. You'll know when you eat it. This is something Senior Ling gave you. Of course, if you're willing to give me a pack, I have no objections. Little Silver fell into deep thought at these words. He recalled what that muscular brother Pen had said to him at the Wang family's villa. Sometimes, a lot of things could be said to be true. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had been doing very well in the cultivation circle all these years, and had seen all kinds of treasures. Was it worth being so attached to a crispy noodle snack pack? Could it be that Master's crispy noodle snack was really miraculous? Little Silver's attitude started to change from complete disbelief to skepticism. You want crispy noodle snacks? Little Silver patted Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal on the shoulder and chuckled. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal trembled all over. Little Silver, how about this, I can give you a pack. After all, it's actually kind of embarrassing to stay at Senior Immortal's place all this time. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, really? Of course. But I have a small request. Little Silver said, Senior Immortal, please help me brew a pot of Immortal Mountain Snow Lotus tonight. It's best if it's the 600-year-old kind. Remember to pour the spirit water in after it's boiled and count to 233 seconds, then strain the tea out. That's when the tea is the most fragrant. Song Qingshu broke out in a sweat. 600-year-old Immortal Mountain Snow Lotus. This was the most expensive tea in Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's villa and was worth a fortune. Normally, even Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal wouldn't bear to drink it, but contrary to Song Qingshu's expectations, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal actually grit his teeth and agreed. All right. Little Silver stretched out his legs and crossed them toward the front seat, looking very relaxed. Senior Immortal, I'll have to trouble you to give me a shoulder massage tonight. The corners of Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's mouth twitched. All right, his voice was trembling. Song Qingshu was speechless. How was this a distant relative? It was more like raising a big boss. Little Silver hadn't expected Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal to actually agree so readily. It suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't taken a bath in a long time. For a holy beast like him to bathe, there was no cleansing effect in his human form. He had to change back to his beast form. Seeing that Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was so straightforward, Little Silver didn't stand on ceremony at all. Lastly, when I take a shower tonight, Senior Immortal, please brush my fur. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Song Qingshu was also stunned. Hair? Where is the hair? Chapter 405. July 9th, Sunday. Early in the morning, a young man dressed in white robes with hair that reached his waist and a long sword on his back appeared at the entrance of the Wang family's small villa. After learning about the Immortal's treasure house, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had been excited all night. After taking Little Silver home from the police station, he had been thinking about the Immortal's treasure house. For everyone in the cultivation circle, this was a mysterious and enormous fortune left behind by Immortal Zhenyuan, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a treasure trove that all cultivators flocked to like ducks. Ever since the news of the Immortal's treasure house was released, cultivators from both home and abroad had been searching for clues to the treasure house. This was the wealth left behind by a celestial sovereign. Anyone would want to take a bite out of it. Just as he reached the entrance of the villa, he saw a familiar figure in light green. At that moment, Loopy Toad was sitting cross-legged at the villa's entrance to do breathing exercises. Using the power of his heavenly eye, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal could see the invisible torrent of spirit energy circulating endlessly inside Loopy Toad's body. It was very clear that Loopy Toad's aura was completely different from when Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had seen it a while ago. If Loopy Toad's aura had been a little withered and dead before, its current aura was like the arrival of spring and the revival of all living things. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's heart was a little shaken. It had only been soaked in holy beast blood once, yet such a big change had actually occurred. When all was said and done, it was Brother Ling. His judgment was indeed sharp. The holy beast blood had taken effect. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sighed inwardly. He even felt that this could already be included in the current research topic of the Cultivation Academy of Science, the effects of the compatibility of soul and body on realms. This topic was still undergoing in-depth research to this day, a long time ago, before the era of peace. In the cultivation world, the art of possession was prevalent. Some powerful cultivators who were about to reach the end of their lifespan would choose to find a young cultivator to possess, destroy their soul, and take over their body. However, there were many limitations to the possession technique, and the most difficult one was the compatibility between the soul and flesh. In layman's terms, the art of possession was also about matching. Of course, in the current era of spirit energy information, the art of possession was also listed as a forbidden technique. However, it was allowed to be used in related medical fields. Every year, there were always people who died of incurable diseases. Some of these people volunteered to donate their bodies. Their bodies were all used for the research of the possession technique. There were risks in the art of possession, and the research topic that was still being carried out was, after performing possession, how could the compatibility between soul and flesh reach the maximum value, while minimizing the risk, or even zero risk? If they could solve this problem, those who had made outstanding contributions to humanity but were about to reach the end of their lifespans would have a much higher chance of survival after using the possession technique. After fusing with an ordinary Akita, Loopy Toad was able to fuse the soul of a demon king with its body to this extent. In Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal's opinion, this was basically a miracle. After waiting at the door for a while, Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal noticed that Loopy Toad had changed again. He noticed that there was a faint azure spirit light hovering around Loopy Toad. A few seconds after this blue spirit light condensed, it spread out in all directions with Loopy Toad as the center, layer upon layer like waves. After repeating this process more than 10 times, Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal heard a soft hum, and light burst out from the top of Loopy Toad's head. A second later, the light dissipated and Loopy Toad opened its eyes. It stood on all fours, an incredulous expression on its dog face. It had actually leveled up just like that. Loopy Toad was stunned. When had it been so easy to advance from Class 3 to Class 2? How many days had it been? Loopy Toad felt that it might have cultivated a false immortal. Sure enough, following Brother Ling has a bright future. On the side, Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help exclaiming in admiration, this advancement was indeed godly. If word of this got out, it might directly break the record for the shortest time a third-class spirit beast had advanced to a second-class spirit beast. By the way, I've seen Brother Loopy Toad cultivate all this time. Don't you have a suitable battle technique? Spirit beasts' fighting style was actually different from that of cultivators. Before they could cultivate a human form, more spirit beasts would choose to focus on battle techniques, which would coordinate with their master's instructions to support their attacks. There weren't many spirit beasts that could naturally cast spells. The Toad clan's fighting style was actually quite unique, and there was a huge gap between them and dog-type spirit beasts who were skilled in battle techniques. In layman's terms, the entire Toad clan was actually Phaetons. They could take a beating. Actually, they really weren't very good at it. At most, they could use long-range spells to spit or something like that. Sometimes when Loopy Toad thought about it carefully, it always felt that the reason that bunch of demon kings had been so eager to push it out back then might have been because they had regarded the Toad clan as Phaetons. There was actually a misunderstanding in this. Phaetons were indeed flesh, but this flesh was only flesh for a mage. In essence, they were still mages. No matter how fleshy a mage was, could they be more fleshy than a warrior with 100 million HP? Thinking this, Loopy Toad couldn't help sighing and shaking its head. I haven't found anything suitable or to my liking yet. Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal smiled. I'll have Brother Little Silver search carefully later and come up with a list to see if there's any battle technique that Brother Loopy Toad likes and is suitable for you to cultivate. Loopy Toad nodded. That was a good idea. It had heard that the silver unicorn was no less than 8,000 years old. It definitely had a lot of experience. But this would have to wait until later. Loopy Toad was very clear about Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's purpose for coming today. It was the Immortal's treasure house. But to be honest, whether or not that Taoist Guang's information about the Immortal's treasure house in the soul space was correct, Loopy Toad still doubted whether the Immortal's treasure house really existed in the world. Every year, so many people had expended so many resources to look for it, but to no avail. Who knew if the treasure house was real or not? But doubts aside, since it now had a clue about the treasure house, Loopy Toad actually wanted to hear what that Taoist Guang had to say. Is that Senior who knows about the treasure house inside now? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal asked as he followed Loopy Toad in. He changed into slippers with ease, as if he were in his own home. It's a little complicated to explain, Loopy Toad said as it walked toward Wang Ling's bedroom. In short, that Senior now exists deeply in my mind and in my dreams. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal turned pale with fright. What? Is it now fashionable to have a portable grandpa in your head? Shouldn't it be in a ring? Loopy Toad, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help sighing. He was becoming more and more confused about trends in the cultivation circle nowadays. As expected, he was getting old. Chapter 406. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal followed Loopy Toad upstairs and happened to see Father Wang yawning as he walked toward the bathroom from the study. He guessed that Father Wang must have stayed up all night writing again. When he saw the two dark circles under Father Wang's eyes, he had been startled. Senior Wang's realm was so high, but he had consumed so much energy to write a novel. It looked like there was definitely something special about it. Every author on the website had a fan team that specialized in attracting die-hard fans to join them. Last time, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had seen Father Wang's fan team soar to the top of the list, with a total of more than 13 million fans, while the author in second place had no more than 2 million fans. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had specially watched the live streaming Life of the Immortal King, and had even specially given it a large sum of money in order to find common topics to talk about with Senior Wang. To be honest, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt that this novel was pretty well written, especially from a commercial point of view. It was indeed a mainstream hit. However, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had always been puzzled as to why Father Wang had written this novel. Could Senior Wang's realm be so high just to make money? There was definitely some secret hidden here that no one knew about. It looked like he hadn't researched it deeply enough. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal looked at Father Wang's back as he walked toward the bathroom and pondered in his heart, he would definitely discover the secret in the novel. Perhaps Senior Wang's secret cultivation recipe was inside. Standing at the door to Wang Ling's room, Loopy Toad's eye twitched when it saw the young man in white staring at Father Wang's back and not coming in. It knew that Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was most likely imagining things again. Wang Ling had already been waiting in the room for a long time. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had been thinking about the Immortal's treasure house all night, and so had Wang Ling. In a situation where cultivators all over the world had racked their brains to find clues about the Immortal's treasure house to no avail, this Taoist Guang was very likely the only one who knew some inside information. As for Taoist Guang's existence, only Wang Ling, Loopy Toad, and Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal knew. This was huge news for any cultivator. The young man in white was keenly aware that Wang Ling was willing to tell him this out of trust in him. "Brother Ling, I've brought what you wanted." When they entered the room, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down cross-legged. Then, he took out a crimson-black polyhedron crystal from his lapel. Wang Ling had asked Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal to specially bring them over. This thing was called a magnetic stone, and after causing havoc at Immortal Mansion back then, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had plundered a lot of rare materials, and magnetic stones were one of them. Moreover, its value was not lower than the grand primordium black crystal that had been melted into the stone ghost mask. It was a first-grade super rare material. Wang Ling knew a little about refining weapons. Materials could be divided into 4 categories and 5 grades. The magnetic stone belonged to the first grade, so it was priceless. But Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal still didn't quite understand what Wang Ling wanted the magnetic stone for. Senior Taoist Guang is currently sealed in a soul space, which is connected to me, said Loopy Toad. Combined with what Loopy Toad had said earlier, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal suddenly understood. No wonder Brother Loopy Toad said that Senior was in your dream. It looks like it's the kind of soul that enters a space when you dream. Speaking up to this point, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was a little astonished. This was clearly a technique that only a great senior could use, which was enough to prove that Taoist Guang's level wasn't low. At the very least, he was a peak itinerant immortal, infinitely close to the tribulation stage. Since this Taoist Guang is now in the soul space, this proves that he is in fact a soul body. His strength should be weaker in this state, right? What level is this Taoist Guang at now? Loopy Toad felt that there was nothing to hide. True immortal. Even in this situation, he was still a true immortal. This Taoist Guang is a little strong. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal made this judgment almost instantly. True immortals were actually quite rare. Among the major incidents that had happened recently, General E aside, the Master of Immortal Mansion was just an itinerant immortal. Aren't you nervous? Loopy Toad suddenly stared at the young man in white and asked. What's there to be nervous about? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was speechless. Aren't Senior Wang and old Senior Wang in the villa true immortals? Loopy Toad almost burst out laughing when it heard this. It turned out that this imagination misunderstanding had continued until now. Judging from grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's imagination, Loopy Toad felt that this misunderstanding most likely wouldn't be cleared up in a short time. After all, it was because of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's imagination that the price of broccoli on the market was now extremely high. A while ago, Loopy Toad had seen on the news that the Municipal Bureau of Supervision was looking for the culprit behind the price hike. When it had seen the news, it had almost spat out the flies it had eaten that night. By the way, what on earth do you want this magnetic stone for, Brother Ling? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help asking when he saw Wang Ling at the desk, holding the magnetic stone in his hand as he earnestly flipped through relevant books. Do you even need to ask? Magnetic stones are rare materials for forging, and are the most suitable for making rings. That senior is still in the soul space, so I have to move Taoist Guang's soul space into the ring. Loopy Toad replied. The corners of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's mouth twitched. It turned out that after going around in circles, he still had to use the ring. Sure enough, old grandpas and rings were the norm. On a rainy day, old grandpas and rings were even more compatible. Then, what is Brother Ling looking at now? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal covered his mouth and asked in a low voice. He was sitting cross-legged behind Wang Ling. After Wang Ling had taken the magnetic stone from him, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had seen Wang Ling turn around to look up information, so he hadn't dared disturb him. I'm learning how to refine weapons, Loopy Toad said lightly. If I don't learn how to refine weapons, how can I make a ring? When Loopy Toad said this, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was suddenly enlightened. As a smith, Fatty Luo didn't know about Taoist Guang, so he couldn't ask Fatty Luo to make a ring for him. Right now, this matter was still in a strictly confidential stage. So Brother Ling is learning how to refine weapons. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal nodded. But very quickly, a stunned expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help turning to look at Loopy Toad. Wait. Learning how to refine weapons? Brother Ling, haven't you learned it before? Loopy Toad, no, that's why I'm teaching myself now. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Loopy Toad, in any case, refining weapons isn't difficult. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, saying this, Loopy Toad pointed to a stack of books on the side of the desk. Little Master has read all these books, and has already mastered them all. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal picked up the stack of books and looked at them carefully. They ranged from Guide to Refining Weapons, Basic Weaponsmiths, Bronze Weaponsmiths, Silver Weaponsmiths, Gold Weaponsmiths. Every stage was covered, and the last book was titled King of Weaponsmiths. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, did Brother Ling read all these last night? Loopy Toad shook its head. No. I read them 10 minutes ago. Chapter 407. Looking at the pile of refining materials on the floor, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal slowly put down the book in his hand, then sat down obediently on the floor, and took a deep breath. Ahem. After careful consideration, he decided to forget everything he had just seen. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't imagine how heartbreaking Fatty Luo would be if he saw this scene. Since when could refining weapons be self-taught like math, physics, and chemistry? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal thought it was incomparably mystical. This technique had been passed down by the older generation in the cultivation circle, and was as old as alchemy. Then, could Brother Ling also learn alchemy by himself? Thinking this, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal silently wiped at his sweat. Sure enough, he was inhuman. It really seemed that anything could happen in Wang Ling's hands. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt that he was witnessing history once again when he became a king-level weaponsmith on his own in 10 minutes. After learning by himself, he wouldn't even need to find someone to refine weapons in the future. Learn a little, learn a little. Refining weapons didn't cost a penny. But why didn't Brother Ling learn before? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help asking. He asked in a very low voice, for fear of disturbing Wang Ling's study. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal knew Wang Ling's habits. He couldn't be easily disturbed while he was studying. It was like stroking a cat upside down. It was easy to make the cat explode. Loopy Toad replied softly, Little Master Ling feels that he should focus on his main business. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, what main business? Loopy Toad, weekly exams, monthly exams, midterm exams. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Loopy Toad, everything has to be prioritized. In fact, there was a second half of the sentence that Loopy Toad didn't say. It had originally wanted to say that Wang Ling usually spent a very limited amount of time studying each day, 5 minutes at most, no more. After all, refining weapons was a little more complicated than high school courses, so it was reasonable for him to spend a little more time. Loopy Toad felt that Wang Ling had already learned king-level weaponsmiths in just 10 minutes was already giving him a lot of face. Looking at the alarm clock in the room, Loopy Toad felt that it was about time. Sure enough, after the second hand made another round, Wang Ling closed the book. The materials Wang Ling was looking at were all professional materials for the joint examination of the professional refiners. Seeing Wang Ling close the book, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help leaning forward to take a look. Good heavens, this book's professional ranking was indeed above that of King of Refiners. It was already King 3-star. Actually, Wang Ling could have raised his level to a higher level, but refining a magic ring that could accommodate a soul space just so happened to require a king level of 3 stars, so Wang Ling chose to stop there. If he wanted to refine more advanced magic artifacts later, he would just have to learn how to do it. In any case, it would only take a few more minutes. It was no trouble at all. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. But Brother Ling, will this really work? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was skeptical about this godly learning efficiency. No problem, Wang Ling said telepathically, his voice as cold as ever as he nodded rather easily. Originally, among the 3,000 great Daos that he had mastered, there was actually a great tool refining technique. However, this technique could not be activated normally. That was because at that time, Wang Ling had lacked the theoretical knowledge related to refining weapons. But now, Wang Ling had directly raised his theoretical knowledge to King 3-star in a short 15 minutes. In some sense, the higher his theoretical knowledge was, the higher his level of refining weapons would be. Wang Ling had never used the great tool refining technique of the 3,000 great Daos to refine a magic artifact before. This was his first attempt. But Wang Ling was also well aware that using the great tool refining technique to refine a weapon also had its limitations. This was a quick way to refine a weapon, which focused on speed. As for quality, he would have to rely on luck. Wang Ling held the magnetic stone in his hand. It was large enough to be the size of an adult man's fist. If used carefully, he could refine 10 of them. Then the first step was to melt this magnetic stone. Although grenade-throwing senior immortal didn't know how to refine a weapon, he knew the steps involved. Seeing Wang Ling's posture, he already knew that Wang Ling was about to start refining a weapon. After looking around Wang Ling's room, he had a puzzled expression on his face. "Brother Ling, where's your crafting furnace? Did you put it away?" Grenade-throwing senior immortal asked. I don't need it." Wang Ling shook his head. Grenade-throwing senior immortal was baffled. "Don't need it?" I don't need it." Wang Ling shook his head. What did that mean? Then, right under grenade-throwing senior immortal's nose, Wang Ling stretched out his hand and a ball of spirit light appeared. Golden light. Dazzling. What the hell? A golden legendary? Grenade-throwing senior immortal was utterly shocked by the light. Could it be? This was a legendary alchemy furnace. Grenade-throwing senior immortal's heart trembled as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Given Wang Ling's strength, to be honest, it wasn't strange at all that he owned a legendary alchemy furnace. Dozens of seconds later, the golden light gradually faded, and what came into view was a black rectangular box that looked a little familiar. The design of this crafting furnace was a little unique. "Brother Ling, have I seen this magic treasure somewhere before?" Grenade-throwing senior immortal's heart trembled. "Loopy Toad, of course you have. This is our microwave oven." Realization dawned on grenade-throwing senior immortal. "Oh, so it's a microwave oven." Speaking of which, when old Senior Wang had been stir-frying broccoli in the kitchen earlier, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had specially observed him on the side, trying to comprehend Heavenly Tao from the way old Senior Wang had done it. At that time, it was as if he had seen a microwave oven in the same shape as this magic treasure in front of him. Wait. Bah! What magic treasure? This was clearly a microwave oven. But why does Brother Ling want this microwave oven? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Just as he was about to ask a question, he saw Wang Ling directly turn on the microwave oven and put the magnetic stone inside. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sucked in a cold breath at this scene. Wang Ling turned on the microwave oven's temperature setting knob to the max, set the time dial to the max, and closed the door. His movements could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Then, right under grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's nose, Wang Ling turned on the switch. With a wang-wang sound, the microwave oven started to flicker. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Brother Ling, what are you doing? It was rare for Wang Ling to personally respond. Smelting. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt like he had been struck by lightning, and he straightaway stood up in excitement. Using a microwave oven? What kind of operation is this? A piece of background music suddenly came to his mind. We're different. At grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's feet, Loopy Toad had an indifferent expression on its face. Senior Immortal, how many times have you been to the villa? Can you not make such a fuss? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Loopy Toad, this is normal operation, sit down. Chapter 408. Sure enough, this microwave has been enchanted as well. Or perhaps he should ask another question, was there anything in this villa that hadn't been enchanted? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help wiping at his sweat. He had actually seen a lot of enchanted magic treasures in the Wang family's small villa, from the fridge, the air conditioner, the washing machine, the toilet, the wardrobe, the rice cooker. It seemed that nothing had escaped the net. As for this enchanted microwave, this was Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's first time seeing it. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal didn't know whether these enchanted furniture had any destructive power, but they were definitely very practical. Even if some of the furniture was just a decoration after being enchanted, these enchanted furniture might look like tuatara clams. They looked useless, but they were awesome. Staring at the microwave, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sank into deep thought. Then, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the ding of the microwave. What the hell? That was it. It hadn't even been 2 minutes. The corners of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's lips couldn't help twitching as he struggled to restrain his urge to complain. The magnetic stone was one of the harder metals used in artifact forging. If it was smelted in a normal artifact forging furnace, it would require a spirit flame as the medium to control the temperature of the furnace to be around 15,000 degrees Celsius and burn it for about 4 hours before it could be successfully smelted. But now, Wang Ling had tossed the magnetic stone into the enchanted microwave, and it had been smelted in just 2 minutes. If word of this got out, who knew how many weaponsmiths would cough up blood in front of their crafting furnaces? Very good. It was very scientific. He turned on the microwave and used the gravitation spell to draw out the metal liquid from the successfully smelted magnetic stone. After it was smelted, the metal liquid was a grayish-gold color with a faint luster. Wang Ling controlled the liquid metal to condense it into the shape of a ball in the air, which slowly floated in the air. Brother Ling, what's the success rate of refining like this? Is there a chance of failure? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help asking out of curiosity. This refining speed was really too fast. If the success rate was still high at such a fast speed, that would really be abnormal. This was like buying 20 weapon enhancement scrolls with the remaining money in the game and directly enhancing them to plus 20 in one go. Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether it was refining or enhancing, it was a matter of chance. Since there was a chance of success, there was naturally a chance of failure. It was said that Fatty Luo had failed countless times in order to refine the pig armor. I won't fail. Wang Ling stared at the ball of liquid metal floating in the air as he replied telepathically. 100% success rate. Hearing this, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sucked in a cold breath of air. He already didn't dare show too much astonishment for fear that the green-furred dog crouching at his feet would mock him. In fact, although the success rate of the great weapon refining technique was very high, there was a certain chance of failure. The reason why he was so certain and confident that he wouldn't fail was that he still had the effect of the Great Fortune spell from a few days ago. Wang Ling had activated this spell for Father Wang's lucky draw previously, and its effects still hadn't faded. After the Great Fortune spell was activated, it would last for 10 days. Because he wasn't very used to this spell, Wang Ling had always put it on the back burner. Now that it was used in conjunction with the great weapon refining technique, it was completely a fluke. If these two spells were used together, the success rate of refining a weapon would directly increase to the point where it would be difficult to fail. Unlike ordinary refining steps, when Wang Ling used the great weapon refining technique to refine a weapon, there was a special step, and that was molding. Compared to other weaponsmiths, who relied purely on their hands to refine weapons, Wang Ling relied purely on meditation. Then, Wang Ling stood in front of the floating ball of liquid metal and formed a seal with both hands. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal saw a ball of light emerge from the seal and gradually seep into the ball of liquid metal. What type of ring is Brother Ling refining? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was very curious as he watched from the side. There were different types of magic rings, and there were also many magic rings that had a built-in space. Those magic rings sold on the market now, if they didn't have an independent space in them, they would be embarrassed to say that they were magic rings. If a person could be stored in a ring, that would be even rarer. Loopy Toad took out a weapon refining atlas with its paw, which grenade-throwing Senior Immortal found inexplicable. This was an old ancient book that looked unusually dignified and thick, just like those magic books in the Western world. Its cover was made of leather, and there were 4 ancient cultivation characters stamped on it in gold. 8 divine weapons. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal usually studied ancient cultivation literature, so he could still understand this level of ancient writing. This was indeed a weapon refining atlas, but it actually wasn't rare at all. It was equivalent to an encyclopedia in the weapon refining circle, one of the 4 great masterpieces of the novel world. Not only was it widely circulated, no one even knew who the original author was, thus, this atlas didn't have any copyright issues at all. Major booksellers had put different editions on sale in bookstores, and it was the kind that could be bought at any random Xinhua bookstore. The most important thing was that while 8 divine weapons had a fairly comprehensive record with detailed classifications of each type of magic weapon, the magic weapons that were usually used as examples in the atlas couldn't be refined at all. The art of refining weapons was intricate and complicated, and the slightest mistake could lead to failure. Although 8 divine weapons had a comprehensive record, it only gave an overview of how to refine magic weapons, and didn't have precise data. To put it bluntly, this was an incomplete atlas. Although each of the magic weapons recorded in it was very awesome, as far as grenade-throwing Senior Immortal knew, no one in the weapon refining industry had been able to refine the magic weapons listed in 8 divine weapons. But grenade-throwing Senior Immortal found it a little strange. "Brother Loopy Toad, why does the packaging of this 8 divine weapons seem a little different from what I remember?" "Loopy Toad, Senior Immortal, you might not know this, but this 8 classes of divine weapons was the original copy that was discovered. It was a gift from a fan of Father Wang's novel. The copies made by the booksellers on the market are actually more or less incomplete, but this one is very complete." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was surprised. "A fan of old Senior Wang's novel?" "Loopy Toad, that's right, it's to provide material for Father Wang's novel." "Which novel fan would give this kind of thing?" Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal broke out in a sweat. In this day and age, it was already good enough that fans of novels did not send razor blades to the authors. Or, they would send gifts like crazy and cause trouble together, asking the author to add more chapters. Nowadays, the health of the livers of novel authors was very worrying. "Loopy Toad, this fan is amazing, he even gave Father Wang cigars before. Ordinary people can't smoke those cigars." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, who? "Loopy Toad, I can't say. I can't say." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Chapter 409. This was grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's first time seeing the complete version of the original 8 classes of divine weapons. Although the 8 classes of divine weapons was indeed a very famous blueprint for refining weapons, replicas were now all over the street. No one would find it strange even if they told others. But the complete version of the 8 classes of divine weapons was very amazing. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt that it had to be a gift from a powerful big Senior's fan, but on second thought, he felt that this was pretty normal. After all, Senior Wang's realm was unfathomable, so it was very normal for him to have such a big shot fan. Furthermore, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt that this was already indirect proof that Senior Wang's novel was unusual. In that newly written novel, there must be some cultivation methods in it. Otherwise, how could it attract the great senior who gave him the original copy of the 8 classes of divine weapons? Is the refining data in the original complete? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal asked. "Loopy Toad, some, but it's actually not very complete. Compared with the replicas on the market, the original is complete because there are many magic weapons that don't appear in the replicas." As it spoke, Loopy Toad flipped through the thick pages of the book and quickly found the magic ring that Wang Ling was going to refine. Like the magic ring that our little Master Ling is about to refine, it doesn't appear in the replicas in the outside world. From the picture, the appearance of the ring was pure black. It was a black hoop and looked rather ordinary. However, it had a very domineering name, Soul Suppression Ring. According to the description in the 8 classes of divine weapons, the design of this magic ring had been inspired by an Almighty's reincarnation dream. Under this description, it also stated the main material needed to forge the Soul Suppression Ring, magnetic stones. And then, there was nothing else. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal broke out in a sweat. This description was too short. The art of refining weapons was intricate and complicated. Just knowing the main material to refine a magic weapon, it was unlikely that one would succeed, right? But just as grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said this in his heart, Wang Ling's great weapon refining spell had already been activated on the other side. After Wang Ling's hand seal, the ball of liquid metal floating in the air started to spin at high speed, and then burst out with a brilliant light. About 30 seconds later, the light disappeared. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal saw that the ball of liquid metal in the air had completely disappeared, and a series of black rings fell from the sky and clattered to the ground. Yes, the refinement is successful. Wang Ling nodded, and with the gravitational spell, the magic rings on the ground flew into his hand one after another. The corners of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's mouth twitched. This slap in the face was too quick. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud just now. Otherwise, he would be in an awkward situation. In the refinement process, the main material was always the first. All the other materials used in the refinement process were auxiliary materials used to increase the success rate of the refinement process. Therefore, as long as one knew the main material and the diagram structure, and had a high success rate, there was no need to know what the secondary materials were. This time, he had obtained a total of 10 rings, and from the looks of it, they all seemed pretty good. This time, Wang Ling's view of the Great Fortune spell had changed a little. He wasn't used to using this spell because it focused a lot of attention on him. In any case, lucky people would always be the center of attention. But this time, Wang Ling realized that when the Great Fortune spell was used in conjunction with refining weapons and elixirs, the effect was outstanding. Without the blessing of the Great Fortune spell, the success rate and the quality of the rings would have been much lower. Wang Ling gazed at the 10 rings in his hand. 9 of the newly refined soul suppression rings were, on average, third-class, holy weapons. The last one, Wang Ling's eyes flickered with a faint light. He hadn't expected to actually be able to refine a soul suppression ring of this quality. Sure enough, the effect of the Great Fortune spell was too heaven-defying. Otherwise, given the quality of the magnetic stone just now, the probability of refining a ring of this quality was less than 1 in 10 million. But Wang Ling didn't directly say this, because he was afraid that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal would be startled again. "Brother Ling, what's the quality of these rings like?" Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal suddenly asked at that moment. Wang Ling chose a second-class holy weapon magic ring, which he would use as a medium for Taoist Guang's soul space. Then, he picked out the highest quality magic ring from just now and directly tossed it to grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. "Brother Ling, what's this?" The young man in white looked overwhelmed when he caught the ring. Wang Ling said indifferently, "It's yours." "Brother Ling, you're too polite. How could I accept it?" As he spoke, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal directly put the ring on his finger. Wang Ling, loopy toad, the moment the magic ring entered his hand, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt a tremendous burst of spirit power. Judging from the quality of this magic ring, it was at least a sacred tool. But only Wang Ling himself knew that the quality of this magic ring wasn't as simple as it looked. Furthermore, it was likely that even a specialized weaponsmith, such as Fatty Luo, wouldn't be able to appraise it. This was because the quality of the magic ring itself was already beyond what their current level of weaponsmithing could detect. The magic ring he had just given out could save his life. To be honest, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had actually helped Wang Ling a lot from start to finish. Wang Ling understood the ways of the world. The birth of this magic ring had been a stroke of luck, and Wang Ling felt that giving it away as a gift could be considered fulfilling his wish. Furthermore, he had originally planned to give grenade-throwing Senior Immortal something, such as crispy noodle snacks, but he couldn't bear to do so. After that, Wang Ling gave the remaining 8 rings to grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. He planned to give them to the people in the chat group. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was overjoyed. "Brother Ling, you're too polite. If the brothers and sisters in the group know, they'll definitely be very happy." After hearing this, Wang Ling lowered his head in silence, then said telepathically, "It's fine to give them away, but don't say anything." Fatty Luo wasn't in the habit of spamming the group, and hadn't even joined it, but once he gave these rings away, he would definitely hear about it. This was Wang Ling's concern. And grenade-throwing Senior Immortal obviously also thought of this after Wang Ling's reminder. That was right, it was fine to give them away, but he absolutely couldn't say anything. If Fatty Luo found out that Brother Ling had spent less than 5 minutes refining these holy weapon rings, he might be so angry that he would directly bury his ancestral shop as a sacrifice to his ancestors. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help sighing. "Honestly, Brother Ling, this is the first time I've heard that refining weapons is so simple. Loopy Toad said, actually, the key is what you're refining. Don't you just poke a hole in the middle of these magic rings? It's actually very easy. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help laughing. Brother Loopy Toad, there are plenty of rings with holes in the middle. When you cultivate a human form, I'll buy one for you to try. Chapter 410. Under normal circumstances, transferring one's soul space was a complicated matter that could only be handled by high-level cultivators. This was because the requirements for the spell used were quite high. Under normal circumstances, the highest spell that a soul formation cultivator could use was level 5, Perfected Person level 6, Itinerant Immortal level 7, and True Immortal level 8. And the spell to transfer a soul space was an advanced level 8 spell. Furthermore, there was a certain chance that it would fail when using a level 8 spell to transfer a soul space, and the worst-case scenario was that the soul space would be destroyed along with it. Thus, Taoist Guang had taken a huge risk when he had implanted the soul space into the Heavenly Fisher Stone back then. However, Wang Ling could completely ignore this situation. Because the 3,000 great spells he had mastered were above level 8, and were classified as super spells. Wang Ling actually had an estimate of their specific level, which was around 14 or 15. Thus, using the 3,000 great spells to move a space was a very different situation. Would the game experience be the same between level 8 and level 15? Of course it would be different. Thus, Wang Ling held the ring in one hand and stroked Loopy Toad's tender green dog head with the other as he was about to cast a spell to transfer the space into the soul suppression ring. Loopy Toad couldn't see any hand seals, but its head felt hot, but it was completely bearable. Spirit light emerged from Wang Ling's palm and instantly enveloped Taoist Guang's soul space. Taoist Guang stood on the island and waited calmly. He had already waited for many years, and a little longer actually didn't matter. But at that moment, he looked up at the sky. A bright golden light suddenly surged out from the cloud layer in the sky. It was just like a golden-colored ink that swiftly seeped out from the cloud layer. Within a couple of exchanges, it had covered the entire sky of the spiritual realm. Taoist Guang was extremely shaken. What kind of powerful spirit power was this? Even if he had successfully survived the samsara spirit tribulation and was at his peak, there was no way he could possess such great magic power. This senior was even more terrifying than he had imagined. As Taoist Guang watched Wang Ling's power almost completely merge with the space, a green dog head suddenly appeared in the air. Taoist Guang, Loopy Toad's voice came out of the air like a Buddhist Buddha. Senior Pang, my master is transferring your space. Please don't be nervous, remember to relax and don't resist. Alright. Taoist Guang nodded. He knew that the senior outside was giving him a way out on purpose. Because even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to resist such power. It was utterly impossible to stop it. Taoist Guang was well aware of this, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. When all was said and done, Taoist Guang was an old senior who had attained the great Tao. He handled matters like thunder, handled matters thoroughly, and considered every detail. Taoist Guang felt that there was a huge gap between him and Wang Ling in every aspect. Now that he thought about it carefully, he had already lost. Moreover, he had lost completely. It seemed like he could not win against any of them in terms of morality, intelligence, physique, beauty, or labor. This time, it took him a long time to activate the spell. It took him a full 10 minutes to completely embed the entire soul space into the soul suppression ring. This was a true immortal level soul space, after all. Thus, there would be some resistance when moving around. In fact, this was already more than 100 times faster than ordinary teleportation methods. Most importantly, it truly achieved zero risk. You can come out now, Senior Pang, Loopy Toad said as it stared at the soul suppression ring in Wang Ling's hand. The moment the soul space had been embedded into the soul suppression ring, Taoist Guang had already sensed its power. His soul emerged little by little from the ring, and in the end, he landed in Wang Ling's room. Taoist Guang swept his gaze around and saw a green-furred dog, a young man in white, and a youngster holding a ring in his hand in the room. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Taoist Guang immediately bowed to Wang Ling in thanks. "I'll leave it to you." Wang Ling got up and said indifferently telepathically. His task was already over, so he would leave the rest to grenade-throwing senior immortal to ask questions while he listened on the side. Taoist Guang had clearly already sensed that grenade-throwing senior immortal's relationship with Wang Ling wasn't simple, so he turned to ask, "Brother, you are?" "I'm Brother Ling's friend, Lei Muren. My Taoist name is grenade-throwing senior immortal." Grenade-throwing senior immortal replied, "Of course, sometimes I also moonlight as his secretary. Brother Ling and Ling Junren usually don't like to talk much, Senior Pang just needs to get used to it." Taoist Guang nodded in understanding. Of course. After all, every word from an expert of Senior Ling's realm could be a heavenly secret. But come to think of it, Senior Ling's realm is unfathomable, so why do you still call him Junren? Everyone's already used to this title, and Brother Ling doesn't mind, so we might as well call him that. It's just a title, Senior, grenade-throwing senior immortal said as he sat upright on the floor. Taoist Guang sighed. It's me. But on the other hand, it's also because I haven't been out in a long time, and I don't know how the current cultivation circle is doing. I've been locked up for nearly 900 years, so I know that the outside world has definitely changed a lot by now. Grenade-throwing senior immortal, Senior Pang's cultivation is so high, I believe you're a very adaptable person. You'll get used to it very quickly. Taoist Guang made a sound of agreement, and then couldn't help asking, "One last question, I'd like to ask, what is this magic ring that holds my soul?" Grenade-throwing senior immortal replied, "This is the soul suppression ring, which Brother Ling refined." Soul suppression ring? Taoist Guang was a little absent-minded. Does Senior know the origin of this ring? No, I don't. I just thought of something. Then, let's get started. In exchange for helping Senior Pang promised us that he would tell us everything he knows about the Immortal's treasure house. I definitely know everything. But before Taoist Guang could finish speaking, grenade-throwing senior immortal saw Taoist Guang's soul unexpectedly flash and directly disappear. Grenade-throwing senior immortal turned to look at Wang Ling. "Brother Ling, what's going on?" Loopy Toad, out of power. Wang Ling cupped his chin in thought. He guessed that this was the first time Taoist Guang's soul had left the ring, and the spirit power stored in the soul suppression ring hadn't been enough, which was why the ring had taken his soul back in advance. Since the soul was fixed in the ring, there was no way to communicate at all if it couldn't come out. The soul suppression ring was originally a magic artifact whose main purpose was to preserve the soul. The one in grenade-throwing senior immortal's hand was of a higher quality, and had other special effects than a holy weapon. Now, it would take a very, very long time for the soul suppression ring to store spirit power again. "Brother Ling, do you have any other way?" Grenade-throwing senior immortal broke out in a sweat when he heard Wang Ling's telepathic analysis. After all, it was a true immortal soul, and it definitely consumed a lot of spirit power. But to be automatically taken back by the ring before he could even say a few words, that was too much of a pain in the ass. "Put a computer in it," Wang Ling said telepathically after thinking for a bit. "There's this kind of operation." Loopy Toad and grenade-throwing senior immortal were stupefied. Now that things had come to this, it didn't seem like there was any other way. Since Taoist Guang could embed the soul space into the ring, then he could also embed other things into the ring. If he could put an electronic product like a computer or a cell phone into the ring, even if Taoist Guang couldn't show himself, he could still chat. Furthermore, since the soul space had been embedded into the ring, Loopy Toad wouldn't be able to enter Taoist Guang's space even if it dreamed. Chapter 411. This was a situation that even Wang Ling hadn't anticipated. He had forgotten to estimate how much spirit power it would take for a soul to manifest in the real world through the power of a magic treasure. It took a whole day for the soul suppression ring to be fully charged with spirit power, but Taoist Guang appeared for less than 3 minutes each time, even shorter than Ultraman. There were 2 ways to solve this problem. One was to continue expanding the storage space for spirit power in the soul suppression ring, and the other was to suppress Taoist Guang's spirit power consumption. The problem was that both of these things required Taoist Guang's cooperation. The current situation was that because Taoist Guang's soul space had been transferred to the soul suppression ring, he would be completely cut off from the outside world before the next spirit power deposit was complete. Senior Pang must be very anxious. I have to find a way to contact him as soon as possible. But Brother Ling just said he was going to send the computer in. How are you going to do that? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal actually had a limited understanding of the soul space, but he still had basic knowledge about it. The structure of the soul space was intricate and complicated. Taoist Guang had given the blueprint to Loopy Toad previously because he had put it away in the soul space at the very beginning, and once it was taken out, there was no way to put it back in. The Great Sacrifice spell, Wang Ling said indifferently, then revealed another of the 3,000 great spells that he had mastered. He didn't use this technique often. It was one of the more unpopular ones among the 3,000 great Tao. The origin of spells could be traced back to the ancient times. In that era, there were many powerful beings who fought for supremacy. In the process of continuous battles between powerful beings, someone finally discovered a way to gain power in a short period of time by sacrificing living beings. This was the origin of the Grand Sacrificial Spell. Of course, that was a dark period in history, and Wang Ling had developed a new use for the Great Sacrifice spell now. Since Brother Ling has a way, that's good. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal didn't ask about the origin of this spell in detail. There were a lot of abilities that Wang Ling had that he had never heard of or seen before. A cultivator's personal spells were a relatively private matter to begin with. No matter how good their relationship was, it would be rude to ask about it rashly. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal then straightaway took out his phone and started tapping randomly on the screen. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time, I'll place an order first. Loopy Toad, place an order. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, of course it's to buy a computer. We can't possibly send Brother Ling's own computer in, right? Loopy Toad, but are you sure Taoist Guang will use it? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal paused. Loopy Toad had indeed hit the nail on the head. Actually, when Taoist Guang had appeared just now, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's strong adaptability and whatnot were just polite words. For many seniors who had been in seclusion for a long time and had been out of touch with modern society for centuries, learning to use modern technology was much more difficult than learning a high-level spell. So it wasn't enough to just buy it, he also had to record a tutorial to teach Taoist Guang how to use a computer. At the very least, he had to learn the basics of chatting. After looking through the online shopping mall for a long time, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt that buying a desktop computer at Taoist Guang's current stage was too complicated. Even if there was an instruction manual, Taoist Guang wouldn't be able to understand it in a short time. Later, he simply picked a Crooked Alien smart notebook for the elderly. Although this Crooked Alien notebook was labeled for the elderly, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had always felt that it was simply for lazy people. This type of notebook had been specially designed by businesses for older cultivators who wanted to learn how to use a computer. The notebook had an AI robot inside, so if you wanted to learn how to operate it, you just had to open your mouth and ask. You didn't even need a mouse or keyboard. However, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal still had to record a tutorial video to teach Taoist Guang how to turn it on. If he didn't know how to turn it on, everything would be for naught. As for the power source, there was even less to worry about. Many household appliances in modern cultivation society were powered by spirit power, and this kind of smart notebook for the elderly naturally had a built-in spirit power battery. Even if it was used for a whole month without turning it off, it would consume much less spirit power than if Taoist Guang made a trip on his own. Very good, it was decided. Place the order. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal pressed the payment button, and in passing also selected the express service, which would be delivered by Shun Feng God Express in 20 minutes. I bought it, it'll be delivered in 20 minutes. The young man in white put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. How much is it? Loopy Toad couldn't help asking. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal waved his hand and quickly replied, not expensive, it's 800,000 HNY. Loopy Toad, of course he didn't think it was expensive. How much did it cost? Those holy artifact magic rings that Wang Ling had given her couldn't be bought for less than 1 million immortal gold bars. And this computer was only 600,000, and it was in HNY, it was simply ridiculously cheap. Loopy Toad cocked its head and stole a glance at Wang Ling, who was lying in bed bored to death, probably waiting for the express delivery. Although Loopy Toad couldn't see Wang Ling's expression on his face, it was sure that he had already converted 600,000 HNY into crispy noodle snacks. After that, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal really did appear in person to record a tutorial for Daoist Guang. He was worried that if the tutorial was in the form of a video, Daoist Guang might not know how to open it. Thus, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal simply used his old method, which was to use a regular magic treasure called an image recording stone, instead of recording. The market for image recording stones was already quite small, and they were very cheap, but there were still people selling them. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal usually carried a few with him in case he needed them. This was a habit he had developed a long time ago. Just as he finished recording with the image recording stone, sure enough, the doorbell of the Wang family's villa rang on time. A delivery man appeared at the door with a box in his arms. Although Wang Ling was lying in bed, this delivery man had in fact already entered his range of perception a long time ago. This guy's aura had fallen from the sky. When Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had gone out to pick up the express delivery, he had indeed seen the parachute the delivery man was carrying on his back. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal looked at the sky. It seemed that he had indeed heard the sound of a plane just now. Because of the consideration of labor costs, the vast majority of express delivery companies would hire couriers who were body refinement stage or refinement stage. At most, they would hire some foundation building stage cultivators. They would simply not hire cultivators who were above the Aurus core stage to deliver their packages, as it would be too wasteful. But it was these ordinary people who completed their tasks every day, rain or shine. What kind of unswerving determination was this? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sighed with emotion in his heart. Nowadays, a delivery man had to learn how to parachute. They were really working too hard. Holding the box, the delivery man took off the pen cap with his teeth. Sir, your express delivery. Please sign for me. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal swiftly signed and couldn't stop praising him. Brother, your parachute jumping is pretty good. It's pretty accurate. Sir, you flatter me, it's all because of my internet cafe training. The delivery man smiled slightly. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Delivery man, eat more chicken, you can do it too. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Chapter 412. On the abandoned construction site in front of the Wang family's small villa, Wang Ling had already finished drawing a sacrificial magic array. The characters on the array were very complicated and flickered with a dim golden light. But even if Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal activated his heavenly eye, he wouldn't be able to see these words. He could only see some basic array characters. This sacrificial refinement formation was also a unique formation of the Great Sacrificial Refinement Art. The core characters used to set up the formation also originated from the word, heaven, of the 3000 Great Daos. Even a true immortal would find it difficult to see through the formation characters derived from such a supreme technique. By the way, what kind of spell is this? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was very curious. Loopy Toad, it's also Little Master Ling's first time using it, I'll just watch. He placed the soul suppression ring in the center of the sacrificial array, which was the eye of the array. Then, he fetched the computer that Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had bought and put it on the array sub 1 meter away from the eye of the needle. Granate-throwing senior immortal noticed that Wang Ling actually hadn't used the gravitational spell, but had personally placed his hand on the sacrificial array. He felt that there must be some profound and unfathomable words here. Wang Ling's strength was so great that even Taoist Guang, a true immortal, was extremely respectful of him. To be able to make such a friend and call him brother, the young man in white thought that he must have saved the world in his previous life. Clearly, he still had a lot to learn. Granate-throwing senior immortal had actually been thinking about a lot of things in the last few days. For the sake of cultivation, he had been diligently studying. He studied the broccoli that old senior Wang had given him. Not only did he manage to grow more, he even managed to develop a safe catalyst that could speed up the growth of the broccoli without being poisonous. Unfortunately, he was unable to comprehend the heavenly Tao. He had also read Senior Wang's latest novel, The Live-Streaming Life of the Immortal King. He could remember every word in every sentence and even the number of punctuation marks in a chapter. Unfortunately, he was unable to comprehend the heavenly Tao. He also wore the long johns that Mother Wang gave him, and he was reluctant to take them off. Unfortunately, he still couldn't comprehend the heavenly Tao. What was the reason that caused his current level to stagnate? Granate-throwing senior immortal felt that Wang Ling was probably the biggest problem. If the reason Ling Junren was so powerful was because he had lived with these great seniors in these villas all year round, then when all the objective conditions for comprehending heavenly Tao were met, granate-throwing senior immortal suddenly realized that learning from Wang Ling was the real key to comprehending heavenly Tao. Thus, granate-throwing senior immortal was now particularly concerned about Wang Ling's every move. "Brother Ling, what are you doing?" He couldn't help asking when he saw that Wang Ling hadn't moved after putting the notebook and its packaging into the array. As always, Wang Ling's words were concise and to the point. "Burn. Burn?" Granate-throwing senior immortal and Loopy Toad on the side were both blank. Then, the young man in white and the green-furred dog at his feet saw a small flame rise from Wang Ling's finger. With a flick of his finger, the flame landed on the brand new notebook's packaging. Whoosh! The flames burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye, tongues of flame had already swallowed up the packaging, and the brand new notebook was instantly turned into a cloud of flying ash. After doing all this, Wang Ling put the soul suppression ring back into the array and said indifferently, "The sacrificial refinement is complete. This notebook, I've already burned it for him." Loopy Toad, granate-throwing senior immortal, one man and one dog were directly shocked. So this was how the great sacrifice refinement spell was used. It was as if granate-throwing senior immortal was already imagining a scene from thousands of years in the future. His own son would kneel in front of his incense and set up the exact same sacrificial refinement array as Wang Ling had done, then cry out, "Grandpa, the author of that unique novel you were reading has resumed updating it. I'll burn it for you." At this thought, granate-throwing senior immortal couldn't help shuddering. Loopy Toad knew that granate-throwing senior immortal's imagination had most likely wandered into something strange again. On the other side, Wang Ling gazed at the soul suppression ring in his hand and sighed deeply in his heart. The notebook had already been burned for Taoist Guang, and the shadow recording stone tutorial which granate-throwing senior immortal had prepared previously was hidden in the notebook's packaging. The two items had been burned together and sent over. As for how long it would take Taoist Guang to learn the basics of how to operate a notebook, that would depend on his luck. But Wang Ling knew that he couldn't rush the current situation. After all, the elderly were less able to absorb new things, and he needed to be patient. Granate-throwing senior immortal had originally planned to talk to Taoist Guang face to face, but hadn't expected this to happen. So there was no point in continuing to stand guard at the Wang family's villa. Before burning the notebook, granate-throwing senior immortal and Wang Ling had set up a private discussion group, and they had also helped Taoist Guang apply for an account and pull him directly into the discussion group. As for the account and password, granate-throwing senior immortal had already explained in the shadow recording stone that if Taoist Guang learned how to operate it, he should be able to go online on his own. So instead of waiting here bitterly, granate-throwing senior immortal felt that he should make full use of this time to send the holy artifact magic rings that Wang Ling had given him to the other people in the chat group one by one. Wang Ling had burned the notebook at a little after 10 o'clock, and grenade-throwing senior immortal had left the villa at 11 o'clock. Standing on the second floor, Wang Ling watched the young man in white kiss the soul suppression ring in his hand as he left elatedly. Then, not long after grenade-throwing senior immortal left, Wang Ling suddenly noticed that the chat group seemed to have become lively. Grenade-throwing senior immortal, everyone, I'm here to give each of you a surprise. Salyenjinren, what surprise? Lightning Dharmaraja, benefits? But it's not the new year yet. It wasn't that grenade-throwing senior immortal had never given benefits in the group in the past, but it was indeed a little strange since it wasn't a holiday or the new year yet. Stunned, Immortal Toya sent a sweating emoji. Could it be that senior immortal lost a bet with someone and now wants to send a cross-dressing photo in the group? Lightning Dharmaraja immediately replied, I think it's very likely. Grenade-throwing senior immortal didn't care at all, and just sent several smiley emojis in a row. When I find you, you'll know. I'll send them to each of you now, everyone will have one. Lightning Dharmaraja sent a funny emoji. Senior immortal, you actually don't have to specially send a cross-dressing photo. As soon as Dharmaraja sent this message, the group instantly fell silent. Because generally speaking, anyone who took the initiative to tease the group leader would most likely be banned, and in this group, the only person who dared challenge the group leader's authority was Lightning Dharmaraja. However, to everyone's surprise, this time, not only didn't grenade-throwing senior immortal reply, he didn't even ban them. Lightning Dharmaraja was shocked. What's going on? Salyenjinren scared. It seems that Senior Immortal is particularly happy today. I remember that the last time Senior Immortal sent several smiley emojis in a row was when he received a gift from his ex-girlfriend, but less than 2 seconds after sending this string of words, Salyenjinren immediately pressed the withdraw button. Lightning Dharmaraja, I saw it. Immortal Toya, I saw it. Fang Xing, I saw it. Little Silver, it seems he knows something incredible. Bulang Blade Immortal, Holy F***CK. I saw it. 9 times man in one night, amazing. Lingjinren, Salyenjinren never thought that there would actually be so many people watching, and even Lingjinren was there. This was a little embarrassing. She had promised grenade-throwing Senior Immortal that she wouldn't tell anyone, but she hadn't been careful just now and hadn't been able to help herself. Just as Salyenjinren was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal actually sent a voice message to the group. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal also added a message to the voice message. This was a song that was quite popular recently. It was called, Take You on a Trip. And this voice recording was grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's version. Chapter 413. Wang Ling hadn't expected his gift to make grenade-throwing Senior Immortal so happy. The problem was that while the young man in white had been pleasantly surprised when he had received the gift at the villa just now, he hadn't been so elated that he had to sing to express his emotions. Wang Ling suddenly felt that he had unearthed one of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's hidden attributes. This was probably what people called being indifferent on the inside. Wang Ling had always felt that he was the only one who had this problem. But then again, he remembered that this, Take You on a Journey, was probably one of the more popular songs recently. A few days ago, he had seen Super Chin wearing headphones to play the single on loop after class. He even played the school radio broadcast during the lunch break every Thursday, making the whole campus feel like they were in love. Apart from this song, there was another brainwashing song recently, and that was, We're Different. But the problem was that he had never heard grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sing before. So when they saw grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sing, it wasn't just Wang Ling, everyone else in the group froze in front of their screens for 3 seconds. Dharmaraja was blank for a moment, then directly typed in the group, Senior Immortal, although I haven't listened to it yet, do you know? Fat Tiger. Everyone, Salyenjinren, Dharmaraja, it's better if you listen to it, it's very rude of you. Dharmaraja, I'm just worried that Senior Immortal has developed some kind of musical weapon and wants us to experiment with it. For a moment, the group fell into a brief silence. because no one could figure out what on earth was wrong with Senior Immortal today, who was actually so happy that he couldn't help singing. At that moment, it was Little Silver who took the lead in cheering him on. "Everyone, listen to it, Senior Immortal sings very well." Appreciating the song, Wang Ling clicked on grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's a cappella. As a holy beast, Little Silver usually didn't listen to human music, but he still had the ability to appreciate it. And as Little Silver had said, Wang Ling felt that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal actually sang very well. Not only was every note in tune, his voice was also very distinctive. It was completely different from his normal speaking voice, and gave off a warm, male senior vibe. Loopy Toad was also pleasantly surprised. It seems that Senior Immortal has some skill. When he turned his head to look at the chat group again, there were already a lot of likes and cheers. Salian Jinren was a little excited and gave him several thumbs up. "You sang really well, Jinren. It's the first time I've heard a perfected sovereign sing, and he's even able to record it with his phone. He's really amazing." Immortal Toya couldn't help praising her. Indeed, she sang very well. At that moment, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had only just finished singing the main song, and then the chorus started to play. Wang Ling suddenly felt that something wasn't right. "Salian Jinren, did you sing the wrong lyrics? Why are the lyrics of the chorus a little different from what I've heard before? Shouldn't the first sentence be, 'I want to take you to romantic Turkey'?" Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal finally replied, "I didn't sing it wrong, I changed the lyrics. I have a habit of changing my lyrics when I sing." Salian Jinren replied, "So that's how it is. But Immortal's words are quite rhyming. At least at first glance, it doesn't feel out of place." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, really? Ha ha ha. I also think I have a talent for writing lyrics. Roughly 3 seconds later, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal very confidently posted the lyrics he had changed. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's demonic version of "Take You on a Trip," lyrics of the chorus, "I want to take you to romantic Turkey, then we'll go to the holy land of cultivation together. Actually, I prefer to stay at home, eat crispy noodle snacks to stave off hunger." After reading the lyrics, the entire chat group fell into a dead silence. Wang Ling sucked in a cold breath. In order to make the lyrics rhyme. That was too crazy. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. After Wang Ling clicked on grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's song, he couldn't calm down for a long time. At that moment, Wang Ling suddenly heard Father Wang's blood-curdling screams from the villa. They were so mournful that they sounded like the main characters in Detective Conan who had discovered the scene of a murder. Loopy Toad abruptly raised its dog head. "What's going on?" Wang Ling didn't need to look to know that it had to be Father Wang's old problem acting up again. He could tell from the intensity of Father Wang's blood-curdling screams what on earth had happened to him. This inhumane howl of pain. Wang Ling guessed that Father Wang's hemorrhoids were definitely acting up again. This was a valuable experience that Wang Ling had accumulated over the years in the villa. Hemorrhoids were Father Wang's old problem, and the main cause was a lack of exercise and sedentary behavior. It was completely caused by poor living habits. First of all, Father Wang hardly ever went out, and spent all day sitting in an armchair in the study typing. Apart from that, the toilet bowl in the bathroom was second only to the armchair in the study as Father Wang's favorite place to visit. According to Mother Wang, if you added up all the time Father Wang spent sitting on the toilet bowl, it would be enough to make a person contemplate 3 lifetimes, and maybe even see peach blossoms 10 li away. The most important thing was that Father Wang's hemorrhoids had an extremely strong resistance to drugs. Ordinary medicine couldn't cure them. Every time they acted up, he would have to apply the special medicine that Immortal Toya had developed. He had also seen the Medicine King token before. It was a pile of powder that looked shiny and cold to the touch at his fingertips. Pouring it on the affected area for about 30 seconds would immediately cure it. But the price he had to pay was a heart-wrenching pain. Of course, Wang Ling could actually cure a minor illness like this, but Father Wang wouldn't let him treat it no matter what. Father Wang felt very ashamed to have his own son treat his hemorrhoids. As the head of the family, if he couldn't even overcome a minor illness like this, how could he shoulder the heavy responsibility? This was a man's dignity. If you were a man, you would overcome hemorrhoids on your own. This was a vow Father Wang had made in his heart after his first hemorrhoid attack back then. After a full minute or so, Father Wang's screams continued to ring out. This time, it seemed to be taking a little longer, so Wang Ling decided to take a look. Generally speaking, the screams should have stopped in about 30 seconds. Wang Ling had just come downstairs when Father Wang's screams stopped. He was lying on the sofa with his forehead beaded with sweat, looking as weak as a rich lady who had just given birth. Mother Wang put away the medicine and couldn't help reprimanding him. Your illness is caused by looking at your phone on the toilet. When you go to the toilet later, I'll cut off the internet. No way. Even if it hurts to death. You can't cut off my internet. Father Wang was excited. Every morning when I sit on the toilet is when I open my Smurf account and fight the trolls. Alright then, cut off the internet. I have another way. Mother Wang couldn't help smiling. There was a hint of slyness in her smile, which startled Wang Ling and Loopy Toad. Then, Mother Wang turned to look at Wang Ling. Ling, you came just in time. Contact Little Ming later and have him deliver your father's birthday present in advance. Wang Ling, Father Wang, what? Little Ming prepared a present for me? Mother Wang smiled. That's right, Little Ming personally custom-made it for you. Father Wang, isn't it too early for my birthday? What's the hurry? By the way, what's this present? Mother Wang continued to smile. An intelligent hemorrhoid prevention toilet. Father Wang, Wang Ling, Mother Wang, the longer you sit on the toilet, the hotter it gets. Little Ming said that even a nascent soul cultivator will have to stand up in less than 5 minutes. Father Wang. Chapter 4:14. Father Wang had just applied the medicine. Although the hemorrhoids were completely healed, the cool sensation left behind by the special medicine was as stimulating as Wang Xiaojuan's repeated blows between his thighs. This cool feeling would last for a very long time. After the intense stinging pain from the medicine was over, there would be a persistent numbness that spread throughout the lower half of Father Wang's body, so he wouldn't be able to move for a while. Women are the most vicious. Lying on the sofa, Father Wang wailed in despair in his heart. When he thought about how he would no longer be able to sit on the toilet and ponder over the plot for a long time in the future, Father Wang despaired and couldn't help roaring. The toilet was every creator's mental food, source of mental energy. This was also Loopy Toad's first time seeing Father Wang's hemorrhoids flare up, and it was quite frightened. There were times when Loopy Toad actually didn't quite understand why some stubborn people were so fixated on their so-called dignity. It was just hemorrhoids. Loopy Toad felt that if it had one, it would definitely stick its butt over and let Wang Ling touch it without a second thought. What was wrong with touching its butt? It wasn't like it would lose a piece of flesh. This was a rare daily anecdote, and Loopy Toad felt that this question was worth thinking about. So, in the end, Loopy Toad decided to write about this in its Human Observation Diary, with the title, If You Have Hemorrhoids and Your Butt is Touched, Would You Rather Be Touched, or Preserve Your Integrity? This was an order from Mother Wang herself, and Wang Ling naturally didn't dare disobey. There were 3 toilets in the Wang family's small villa, so there were 3 toilet bowls in total. Wang Ling's bedroom had its own bathroom, which was where that enlightened Lord Ma was, and the ones Mother Wang wanted to replace were the 2 outside. Wang Ling had just texted Wang Ming when Wang Ming replied almost instantly, "Oh. Miss me again?" Wang Ling did his best to resist the urge to crush his wristwatch, and truthfully explained what Mother Wang had told him just now. After learning the whole story, Wang Ming was delighted, and he grinned widely in front of the screen, baffling the other people in the research institute. Only President Qi, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the large cup of water that old cadres used, watched this scene calmly, as if he had already seen through everything long ago. Wang Ming's reply came very quickly. What? Uncle Wang's hemorrhoids acted up again. Last time, I told him to sit less and exercise more. It's not good to squat on the toilet all the time. It's easy to cause bacterial infections. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. I'll arrange for someone to come and assemble it tomorrow. Wang Ming had already prepared this birthday present beforehand, so it was just a matter of sending it in advance. However, there was another awkward situation. That was, he had to prepare a new gift on his birthday. Wang Ming also expressed his opinion on Father Wang's hemorrhoids incident. Very quickly, Wang Ling received another message from Wang Ming. Actually, it's Uncle Wang's fault. Who told him to have an unstable schedule? Once your endocrine system is out of balance, it doesn't matter how many nutritionists you eat. Wang Ling stared at the message in a daze, thinking that it was rare for his idiot brother to be serious for once. He was wondering if he should reply seriously as well. Wang Ming's next message came in, "Isn't it just being touched by my son, just a touch? If I get hemorrhoids, you can do whatever you want." The corner of Wang Ling's mouth twitched. He just knew that this guy wouldn't be so serious. On the other side, Wang Ming could almost imagine the expression on Wang Ling's face when he saw this message. Wang Ming felt that apart from doing scientific research and inventing, he had to find all the fun in his life from Wang Ling. Wang Ming privately thought that teasing Wang Ling was a very interesting thing. Most people wouldn't be able to do it. Wang Ling had just finished texting Wang Ming, but the chat group wasn't idle. Looking at the messages that had popped up on the screen, he was suddenly surprised to find that he had actually been pulled into a group chat called Gossip Conference Room. Furthermore, this group chat had just been set up, and it just so happened that the creator was Lightning Dharmaraja. At that moment, more and more people were being pulled from grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's chat group next door into this temporary group chat which Dharmaraja had created himself. Wang Ling swept his gaze over the group members and found that most of them were there, except for Little Silver and grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. This was already quite obvious. Gossip Conference Room, Lightning Dharmaraja, everyone. I want to expose. I have gossip, I can't hold it in any longer. Salian Jinren sent a few sweat-wiping emojis. Dharmaraja, please calm down, speak slowly. Do you remember when you were too excited and caused the Godly Thunder inheritance to leak out and cause a large-scale power outage in the area? Immortal Toya was blank. There was such a thing. Salian Jinren, yes. Later, Dharmaraja pretended to be a warm-hearted citizen and personally went to repair it. He was even awarded a silk banner later. In front of the screen, everyone couldn't help sucking in a cold breath when they saw what Salian Jinren had just said. What kind of trick was this? Lightning Dharmaraja, Jinren, don't interrupt me, I'm talking about serious business. Why are you exposing me? What I'm going to say today is much more explosive. Mr. Toya had been preparing to refine elixirs with a pile of materials ready. He was a little unhappy at being interrupted just as he was about to start the furnace. I say, Dharmaraja, why haven't I seen you so gossipy before? Lightning Dharmaraja, you don't know how explosive this matter is. Let me tell you, Senior Immortal is probably already married in secret. Salian Jinren, nanny. Immortal Toya, what the hell? Fang Xing. Wang Ling, Salian Jinren took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Didn't Senior Immortal give us something? How do you know he's married? Ring. I saw Senior Immortal wearing a ring. Without saying anything else, Dharmaraja directly took a photo of the soul suppression ring and sent it to the group chat. See? Senior Immortal is wearing this ring. Moreover, he even gave me an identical magical ring. Could it be that this still isn't enough to explain the problem? Fang Xing couldn't help laughing. So Senior Immortal wanted to give us magic rings. But, isn't it a little too arbitrary for Dharmaraja to conclude that Senior Immortal is secretly married just based on a ring? Dharmaraja, but the problem is that Senior Immortal is wearing the ring finger of his left hand. Wang Ling, Dharmaraja, he gave each of us the same ring. It's obvious that this is a public display of affection. I think we need to organize a group and ask Senior Immortal face to face. The corner of Wang Ling's mouth twitched. This was a big misunderstanding. Chapter 4:15. Wang Ling never thought that a ring would actually cause such a big misunderstanding. When all was said and done, it was grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's fault for being too careless and actually wearing the ring on his ring finger. Wang Ling thought that after receiving the ring, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had probably been careless and hadn't noticed the impact. Fortunately, this matter didn't involve Wang Ling. If he spoke up for grenade-throwing Senior Immortal now, it would instead raise suspicions. This group of people in the chat group never lacked imagination and the spirit to watch a good show, especially Dharmaraja. These kinds of cultivators who specialized in lightning spells had always been wild and unruly in nature, and they were full of enthusiasm like the aunties of the neighborhood committee. So in the end, it was up to grenade-throwing Senior Immortal himself to smooth things over. If he didn't, his image in everyone's hearts would probably collapse, because usually, when it came to a secret marriage, it was more likely that one would become a happy father. Gossip meeting room. The gossip continued. Everyone had been discussing the ring for a long time in the chat group. Although grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's realm was currently stuck at the peak late soul formation stage, and he was only one step away from a higher realm of comprehension of heavenly Tao, the reason why he was so popular and so well known in the cultivation circle was because of his righteous persona and his fearless, death-seeking spirit. Hence, everyone in the group was particularly concerned about this matter. If this righteous persona was attacked by some people with ulterior motives because of this secret marriage, the consequences would be very big. Wang Ling understood this point. This chat group had been set up for a number of years, and this group of people had met each other in private and experienced all kinds of hardships together, so their feelings for each other were solid. Dharmaraja, everyone, no matter what the truth is, let's keep quiet for the time being until we have enough evidence. Senior Immortal might also have something he can't say. It doesn't seem good to openly question him face to face like this. It's not giving him face. Wang Ling stared at the screen and couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. You're already chatting with so many people, yet you're still thinking about face. How meticulous, huh? Salyenjanren, then Dharmaraja, what do you mean? Lightning Dharmaraja, now, the best way for us to deal with this is to ask indirectly. On the other hand, collect as much evidence as possible. The best situation would be for the Supreme to tell us himself. Otherwise, we would have to ask him personally with evidence. Now, we have to get what we ask for. Everyone, Immortal's secret marriage isn't a big deal, but it's not a small deal either. Fortunately, only a few of us know about it. If those people outside get wind of it, Immortal will have a tragic end. At this point, Dharmaraja paused for a moment before sharing a map. It was the location of his house. Dharmaraja, judging from the direction Senior Immortal was heading in, his next target should be you, Immortal Toya. Immortal Toya sighed. Ah, I was just about to refine elixirs, but Senior Immortal's matter is more important. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Dharmaraja frowned. Also, there's one more thing we need to pay attention to. Everyone knows that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal is usually the closest to Lingzhenren, and Brother Little Silver is currently staying at grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's place for the time being. In order not to alert the enemy, I excluded Lingzhenren and Brother Little Silver from this chat. Wang Ling stared at the screen, his face twitching uncontrollably. Fang Xing. Salyenjanren. Immortal Toya. Lightning Dharmaraja, what does everyone mean? Why are you all sending question marks? Fang Xing couldn't help laughing as he quickly typed, Dharmaraja, look at the group members again. Lingzhenren is in it. In that instant, Fu Wang felt a chill run down his spine. He broke out in a cold sweat, drenching his entire back. He opened the list of group members, and sure enough, Wang Ling was in it. He was so scared that he almost threw his phone. He had forgotten that Wang Ling's profile picture was a whiteboard, and hadn't checked it carefully when he had added him, thus bringing him in. Holy shit! He really was there. Withdraw. Hurry up and withdraw. If Ling Jinren saw that message, it would be too embarrassing. Dharmaraja wanted to cry in his heart, but had no tears to shed. He was simply going to cry at his own stupidity. But when he wanted to take back what he had said earlier, it was already too late. System prompt: you can't take back a message from 2 minutes ago, it was over. GG. Seeing that he couldn't take it back, Dharmaraja broke out in a cold sweat as he spammed the screen with a series of emojis to top the previous message. This was too embarrassing. Through the screen, everyone could feel Dharmaraja's flustered expression. Dharmaraja sent 3 smiley emojis in a row, and with one last glimmer of hope, he asked weakly, by the way. Senior Ling hasn't spoken all this time. At this time, he shouldn't be online, right? Salyan Jinren sent several candles. Dharmaraja, my condolences. Fang Xing followed with a copy. Dharmaraja, my condolences. Immortal Toya, Dharmaraja, is this your first day in the group? Ling Jinren might have a habit of seeing through us. Dharmaraja felt his embarrassment cancer flaring up. It hadn't been long since they had set up this chat group, and they had been chatting for less than 10 minutes. And Senior Ling usually only glanced at it once in a while. Even if he did, it was impossible for him to keep doing so. Dharmaraja wiped at his cold sweat, still feeling that he had a chance. Impossible, how can my luck be so bad? At this moment, a familiar ellipsis appeared. Dharmaraja looked at the profile picture, already feeling a little confused inside. The blank one. Senior Ling really is peeping. It was really awesome. Salyan Jinren. Immortal Toya. This time, even 9 times man couldn't take it anymore. Senior Dharmaraja, how about apologizing? In the entire chat group, only Immortal Toya and Wang Ling knew that this 9 times man's real identity was actually Blademaster General Yi Smuff. Immortal Toya sighed in his heart. It was obvious that General Yi was secretly instructing Dharmaraja on how to deal with this senior right away after offending him. Sometimes, rather than being coy, it was better to be frank. Unfortunately, Dharmaraja clearly didn't understand this point. 1 minute later, it was a message from Lightning Dharmaraja. Everyone, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. It was my little brother who was using my account to send random messages. Sorry for the trouble. Everyone, it wasn't long before everyone saw Wang Ling send a string of kitchen knife emojis, and there were exactly 6 of them. It was an astonishing number of points in the ellipsis. Fang Xing, Dharmaraja, take care, Immortal Toya, we will remember you. Salyan Jinren sighed. Everyone, you must remember that Dharmaraja was a respectable person when he was alive. Chapter 4:16. Wang Ling felt that Dharmaraja hadn't removed him from the list when he had selected everyone. This probably wasn't due to Dharmaraja's negligence, but because Wang Ling's great fortune spell was still in effect. This was a farce, and Wang Ling actually hadn't wanted to get involved in the first place. As for sending out these 6 kitchen knives, that was entirely because Wang Ling had been mischievous for a bit, but he was really happy to be mischievous. In fact, Wang Ling wasn't angry at all. In addition to the upcoming midterm exams, he now had to focus his energy on the district sports meet and the search for the Immortals' treasure house. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this farce at all. After staring at his phone for 10 seconds or so, a short video from Lightning Dharmaraja suddenly popped up in the group chat. It was an apology video which Dharmaraja had just recorded. In the video, Dharmaraja ran over from a distance, then suddenly jumped up and directly did a 960-degree spin in the air. Finally, he landed on both knees and kowtowed forward. The moment his forehead hit the ground, a round crater was created. Everyone in front of the screen couldn't help letting out a hiss. This action of apologizing was a little too fierce. Feng Xing, Dharmaraja's head is iron. Salyenjanran, Dharmaraja's head is iron. Immortal Toya sighed. AI, if you had apologized to Lingzhenren earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Looking at the video, Wang Ling actually felt a little apologetic in his heart. He hadn't taken this matter to heart to begin with, but in the end, it was Dharmaraja who had been frightened by his mischievous 6 kitchen knives. Maybe he should clarify things. Thinking this, Wang Ling started to type in the group chat to explain that he wasn't angry. But for some reason, halfway through typing, the screen suddenly froze, and in the next moment, Wang Ling realized that he had actually left the group chat. Wang Ming had personally designed this wristwatch, and it was equipped with the most cutting-edge technology. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for it to freeze. Thus, Wang Ling quickly came up with another theory. He felt that this situation was probably due to the ongoing effects of the Great Fortune spell. Wang Ling had said before that he didn't like this spell because once it was activated, there would be checks and balances. To put it simply, when it came to the same thing, some people were extremely lucky, while others were extremely unlucky. This was the principle of balance between heaven and earth, and this balance was also reflected in the techniques of the 3,000 great Daos. Everything was fated in the unseen world. Gossip room system. Ling Zhenren has left the group chat. On the other side, after seeing the notification from the system, Dharmaraja broke down. Dharmaraja, they retreated. Salyenjanran said, Dharmaraja, good luck. Immortal Toya, Dharmaraja, this was your fault to begin with, you shouldn't have kept it from Senior Ling. Given Senior Ling's character, even if he knew, he would never say anything. For you to leave him out of the group chat is firstly rude, and secondly, it's a manifestation of your distrust of Senior Ling. Looking at the screen and Immortal Toya's analysis, Dharmaraja felt his life sink into darkness. It was over, Senior Ling was really angry. Dharmaraja, what should I do now? Feng Xing smiled. Senior Dharmaraja, there's no need to be too nervous. Given Ling Zhenren's realm, he's emotionless and won't easily get angry over trifling matters. Actually, it's possible that his hand slipped and he left the group chat. The corners of Dharmaraja's mouth twitched. Brother Feng, don't comfort me. I've decided it's better for me to personally apologize. Hand slipped. Leave the group chat. Who would believe that? Dharmaraja screamed helplessly in his heart. It was either his bad luck, or his hand slipping and leaving the group chat was just too metaphysical. And now, Dharmaraja was faced with a very important problem, and that was giving a gift. There was no way he would go empty-handed to apologize. Dharmaraja, everyone, do you know what Ling Zhenren likes or lacks? To be honest, Dharmaraja felt that it was especially stupid to ask this question. It made him look like a retard. Given Senior Ling's realm, how could a boss-level senior like him lack anything? Did he lack money? Probably not, right? A senior at this realm would definitely have his own treasure trove, and the wealth behind it would definitely be incalculable. Did he lack magic treasures? Dharmaraja felt that the magic treasures he could give out weren't as powerful as a toothpick that someone had enlightened. Senior Ling probably wouldn't like them at all. It wasn't like he could give away his holy relic, the godly thunder inheritance, as a gift. In fact, if Wang Ling told anyone that he didn't have any money and that Father Wang was using all sorts of methods to deduct his allowance every day, no one would believe him at all. Father and Mother Wang had instilled in him from a young age a frugal education. On one hand, it made him appear more low-key, and on the other, it helped him establish correct values. As a boy, it was enough to spend where he needed to, it was enough to give him a bit of pocket money to develop a sense of financial management. He didn't need to give too much money. If he developed the habit of being generous and extravagant, that would be truly eye-catching. Thus, in the cultivation circle, Father and Mother Wang had looked down on those second-generation rich kids who relied on their family background to strut around, such as Lin Sikong. It was a hot topic every 2 or 3 days. Even the disappearance of a dog was known by everyone and made a big fuss about it. After Dharmaraja asked this question, the chat group fell silent for a long while. The truth was that Wang Ling's interests and hobbies were no longer a secret to most of the people in the chat group, but the problem was that Dharmaraja actually hadn't realized it, which was amazing. Salyenjanran, Dharmaraja, your perception is really too poor. Even if today's incident hadn't happened, you would have offended Lingjanran in the future. Think about it carefully. What is it that Lingjanran's expression is usually different when he sees something? Dharmaraja, what do you mean? Immortal Toya couldn't help sighing. You'll have to ask Brother Fang Xing about this, his family does this. Dharmaraja seemed to understand a little. He knew that Fang Xing's family ran a noodle shop. That was to say, Lingjanran liked to eat noodles. Dharmaraja, thank you for the reminder. I understand. But there are a lot of different kinds of noodles, which one should I buy? Immortal Toya, a regular flavor is fine. Fang Xing, if Senior Dharmaraja doesn't mind, you can come to my noodle shop when you're free. I'll prepare something for you. Dharmaraja, that's not very good, is it? If I take this thing from Brother Fang Xing's noodle shop to Lingjanran's house, I'm afraid it will get soaked on the way. Salyenjanran. Immortal Toya. Fang Xing, Senior Dharmaraja, why do I feel like we're not on the same channel? What do you mean we're not on the same channel? It's just noodles. Dharmaraja understood. But then again, is this Zhejiang noodles or beef noodles? Chapter 4:17. Dharmaraja's heart was filled with despair. He deeply regretted his rash actions. The people in the group chat were also in deep despair about Dharmaraja's comprehension. Of all the people in the group, why was it that Dharmaraja was the only one who had triggered Lingjanran's misfortune? Now they finally found the reason. Senior Fuwang, come to my family's noodle shop when you're free next week. I'll have someone pack it up for you, and you can take it directly. After typing this, Fang Xing stared at the screen and smiled. Senior Ling will definitely like it. Dharmaraja, then many thanks, Brother Fang Xing. Come to my place next time and I'll give you free electric therapy. Fang Xing, at that moment, a system notification popped up. Immortal 2 has joined the group chat. This brand new name stunned everyone in the group, the two immortals. Who is this? The creator was not the only one who could add people to a group chat. Other people could do the same. Salyenjanran was the one who pulled the second immortal in. Salyenjanran, let me introduce Immortal 2 to everyone. I added him to the main group at the same time. As for his identity, he's actually Senior Ling's spirit beast. At this point, a lot of people already understood, since many people in the group had seen Loopy Toad before. Loopy Toad also had a cell phone, but it was an old product that Father Wang had left behind. Still, it had all the functions of a smartphone, and it had helped Loopy Toad a lot with this old phone so that it could learn the basics of a language faster. Last month, when the old man had gone grocery shopping, he had helped Loopy Toad get a SIM card. Loopy Toad had also applied for an account to log into the chat group a few days ago. Watching Wang Ling chat with this gang every day, Loopy Toad actually felt quite bored. Hence, it had decided to sneak in to relieve its boredom. That silver unicorn was in the big group, so Loopy Toad felt that there was no need to hide. Wang Ling gave Salyenjanran a heads up about Loopy Toad joining the main group, and it was directly let in. In front of the screen, Loopy Toad typed, "Hello everyone." "Hello, Immortal 2." "Hello, Immortal 2." Everyone responded and greeted him. "Dharmaraja, Immortals, are you still as green as before?" As soon as Fuwang's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Loopy Toad sweated. To put it nicely, Dharmaraja's personality was straightforward, but to put it bluntly, he lacked EQ. Fortunately, it was a society ruled by law and in an era of peace. If it was in the past, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Fang Xing, Senior Dharmaraja, don't you realize how serious this is? Why do you think second immortal came in? Please advise me, Brother Fang Xing, Dharmaraja didn't dare say anything else and sent an emoji wiping sweat. He was just joking, but he didn't expect the atmosphere to turn cold in an instant. Fang Xing stared at the screen and smiled slightly. It's clear that Senior Ling doesn't want to talk to you right now, and has thrown a dog at you. Salian Jinren, Immortal Toya, everyone, let's chat first. Senior Immortal just texted me that he'll be arriving on my island soon, and I'll go greet him. If there's anything new, I'll inform you immediately. After sending this message, Immortal Toya quickly closed the chat window and breathed a silent sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he seemed to smell a trace of gunpowder just now. Actually, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal hadn't arrived on the island yet, but according to Immortal Toya's calculations, he should be on his way soon. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had also been here before, but he had never actually entered the island. It was Immortal Toya who had arranged for the medicine boy to greet him on the island's outskirts, because every time grenade-throwing Senior Immortal came, Immortal Toya just happened to be in the middle of refining elixirs. I'll invite Senior Immortal in first this time, and then we'll see how things go. In front of the pill furnace, Immortal Toya frowned. He was thinking about how he could use a tactful tone to ask who the mistress of the ring was. Chrysanthemum Island wasn't an island, but a lake island in the middle of Yunlan Lake, which was 600 li south of Songhai City. Chrysanthemum Island couldn't be considered big, but it was Immortal Toya's place of residence in Songhai City. Together with this azure Yunlan Lake and the purple bamboo forest 5 li away from it, it was Immortal Toya's private territory. This was a piece of land that Immortal Toya's clan had acquired a long time ago, and the title deed had now been passed down to Immortal Toya's generation. As they approached the purple bamboo forest, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal saw that there were already 2 Foundation establishment medicine boys, 1 male and 1 female, who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, waiting at the entrance, and his eyes instantly lit up. Hello, Senior Immortal. Hello, Senior Immortal. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal smiled. Hello, I haven't seen you for a long time, but your spirit roots seem to have become a lot purer. These 2 medicine boys were originally a pair of abandoned brother and sister, who had been picked up by Immortal Toya and brought back to Chrysanthemum Island more than 10 years ago to be his disciples. Later, Immortal Toya named them Jin Shi and the younger In Shi. It's Shifu who taught us well. The elder brother Jin Shi smiled and bowed. When Senior Immortal visited a few times before, Shifu happened to be refining elixirs, and it really wasn't convenient for him to come out and greet you, so he sent us out. This time, Shifu happens to be free, and would like to invite Senior Immortal to the island for a chat. That's great. I've never been to Brother Two's Chrysanthemum Island. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal smiled. Senior Immortal, please come with us. The younger sister Inshur nodded and walked into purple bamboo forest with a smile on her face. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal followed them and couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. This pair of twins had been taught very well, especially in recent years. Every time he came here, they had changed. When he had picked them up as children, their physiques had been so weak that it was impossible for them to cultivate, and even their spirit roots had been weak and damaged. In the end, they had successfully reached the Foundation establishment stage at the age of 13. This growth rate was faster than that of those rich second-generation kids who took drugs outside. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had heard before that Immortal Toya had developed a unique prescription for body tempering, chi condensation, and then Foundation establishment. Not only could it repair damaged spirit roots, it could even speed up cultivation at this stage. Most importantly, this prescription's biggest characteristic was that it didn't suffer any losses. This meant that even if it was refined to speed up cultivation, it wouldn't affect one's foundation in the slightest. Nowadays, there were too many rich second-generation kids in the cultivation circle who were too lazy to cultivate and relied on drugs to climb up to the Foundation establishment stage. The biggest problem with this group of people was their foundation. They had a realm, but it was just an empty frame. They were fat. But as far as Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal knew, this unique Immortal Toya family formula hadn't been made public yet. He had only heard Immortal Toya mention it when they had been drinking tea previously. Now, seeing the changes in these siblings, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal felt that the development of the prescription was nearing completion. When the time came, if they announced that they had applied for a patent, money aside, it would be a good thing. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was also happy to see the two medicine boys leading the way as they talked and laughed. He had watched Jean Sure and Ian Sure grow up. You siblings seem to have a good relationship, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said with a smile. Jean Sure turned his head slightly and replied with a smile, actually, we did quarrel before, and we quarreled very fiercely. But Shifu always taught us that siblings should love each other. Ian Sure continued her brother's words. Also, our spirit roots actually haven't fully recovered yet. Shifu said that we have to be happy during this period, so we've been communicating more in recent years. How do you communicate? Jean Sure and Ian Sure said in unison, for example, we take a bath together at night. Chapter 4:18. Take a bath together. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal took a deep breath and did his best to keep calm. He had watched Jean Sure and Ian Sure grow up. These two kids basically had no contact with the outside world, and all their education had come from Immortal Toya. Apart from recuperating and cultivating, they studied hard, their hearts were pure, and it was unlikely that they would do anything dirty. But then again, did brother to forget to popularize this aspect of knowledge? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal rubbed his chin as he pondered. There was a difference between men and women. No matter how close siblings were, there was still a window between them. At that moment, he suddenly thought of his little sister, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. But in contrast to the well-behaved Ian Sure, his little sister was quite irascible and a sadist. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal deeply thought that if there were more girls like his little sister nowadays, there wouldn't be enough beds in the German orthopedics department. As his imagination ran wild, Jean Sure and Ian Sure led the young man in white through the winding black bamboo forest. Not far ahead, a young man who looked like a star stood calmly on the shore of the lake with a large gourd on his back. It was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. Shifu, Shifu. Senior Immortal, I've brought you here. Jean Sure and Ian Sure stepped forward. Well done. Immortal Toya rubbed the siblings' heads. I cultivated a kind of peelless spirit orange in the black bamboo forest earlier. When this kind of orange ripens, its skin will automatically fall off, and the peel is in fact an important medicinal ingredient. The peel of the orange is actually an important medicinal ingredient. Today, your second mission is to go there and sweep the orange peels off the ground and collect them. After you finish, come to the Cultivation Heart Pavilion on the island and wait for me. Yes, Shifu. They said in unison. As usual, follow the paper crane. If you run into any danger you can't handle, tear it to shreds, and Shifu will immediately show up. Then, Immortal Toya stretched out his hand, and a paper crane appeared in his palm to guide the way. The two fellow brother and sister understood, bowed again, and left with the paper crane. Although Immortal Toya had picked up Jean Sure and Ian Sure, he had always regarded them as his own. Although he didn't have any children of his own, he already felt like a father. He had deliberately sent Jean Sure and Ian Sure to pick up Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal to test him. Immortal Toya guessed that if Senior Immortal had really married in secret and was already a father, he would definitely have very complicated feelings when he saw Jean Sure and Ian Sure again. And just as Immortal Toya had expected, after luring Jean Sure and Ian Sure away, he saw the young man in white sink into thought with his chin in his hand. He was frowning slightly, and there was an indescribable complexity in his expression. It seemed that the true monarch's problem was really big. Immortal Toya blushed with shame in his heart. Actually, he didn't think that Senior Immortal was the kind of person who would cause trouble outside, but given the various signs at the moment, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Obviously, the senior had been under a lot of pressure these past few days. Immortal Toya couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. He rarely saw grenade-throwing senior immortal show such a sentimental expression. However, he did not have any direct evidence at the moment, so he had to follow Fu Wang's instructions and ask him about it step by step. Perfected Immortal. With the same smile on his face, Immortal Toya's call finally roused the young man in white from his meditation. Ah! I'm sorry, Brother Tu, when I saw Jin Shi and Yin Shi just now, I thought of something and got distracted. Grenade-throwing senior immortal rubbed his head and grinned. Immortal Toya, it's fine, Perfected Immortal, I understand, the pressure of being a father was definitely huge. Grenade-throwing senior immortal. Immortal Toya pointed to the immortal boat on the shore. Perfected Immortal, please, let's talk on the boat. Alright. Grenade-throwing senior immortal followed Immortal Toya. Noticing that the immortal boat was brand new, he couldn't help asking as he boarded it, by the way, Brother Tu, did you buy this immortal boat recently? That's right. It was very cheap when I bought it. Immortal Toya nodded. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a very low voice, because, the owner of the immortal boat shop, has a woman outside, and she gave birth to a child. Now that the divorce is over, he's in a hurry to sell the money so that he can divide the assets. Then Brother Tu's luck is really good. It was very clear that the young man in white didn't understand what Immortal Toya was hinting at. So, wasn't his question obvious enough? Immortal Toya scratched his head and thought for a bit, then decided to change his approach. This immortal boat was fully automatic, and the route had already been set up. After boarding the boat, the owner could drive it with a spell. It took about 15 minutes to travel from the shore of Yunlan Lake to Chrysanthemum Island in the middle of the lake. Halfway there, Immortal Toya suddenly said, Perfected Immortal, do you know the story of this Yunlan Lake? What story? Grenade-throwing senior immortal's curiosity was piqued. Before my ancestor officially took over this territory, the Cloud Mist Lake was originally the territory of the Nalan clan. At that time, the commander who was in charge of the Nalan clan was also an extraordinary person, and he was very famous in the area. My ancestors took a fancy to Yunlan Lake's feng shui, and wanted to build an island as a base for refining elixirs. At that time, they discussed this with the Nalan clan many times, but to no avail. Until, something happened. Grenade-throwing senior immortal. The commander of the Nalan clan was cuckolded. Grenade-throwing senior immortal, his wife had another man, and not only that, she was also pregnant, Immortal Toya said. At that time, the commander of the Nalan clan had actually been married to his wife for decades, but they didn't have any children. This was a huge blow to Commander Nalan. What happened after that? His wife was forced to get married because she was pregnant, and Commander Nalan divorced her, feeling great shame and heartache. Not long after that, he compromised with my ancestors, and sold off Yunlan Lake and the surrounding land at a cheap price, Immortal Toya said with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. At this point in the story, Immortal Toya suddenly turned to grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and asked, Senior Immortal, have you heard of Nalan Monastery? I think I've heard of it. It's said that the founder of this monastery was Commander Nalan. Back then, after he divorced his wife, he was deeply grieved, and was repeatedly rescued by an expert. After trying to commit suicide several times to no avail, he finally listened to the expert's advice, saw through the world of mortals, and opened a monastery in a remote mountain village far from his hometown. I never thought there would be such a story, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sked. But come to think of it, who was that expert who rescued him so many times? That expert is the creator of the Sunflower Treasure Book, Zen Master Sunflower. Speaking up to this point, Immortal Toya paused. After Commander Nalan fled to Buddhism, he also cultivated this method, and later gave himself a Taoist name. Nalan Hulan. Chapter 419. Listening to Immortal Toya's story, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was lost in deep thought. On the immortal boat, Immortal Toya quietly cast a sidelong glance at Senior Immortal next to him, a few beads of cold sweat silently running down his forehead. 90% of the story just now was true, and the remaining 10% was Immortal Toya exaggerating and imagining the events themselves. He used this method to tell the story of a sad man who had been cuckolded, who had divorced his wife out of resentment, and who had allowed her to marry someone else. After going through all kinds of tribulations, he had seen through life and death, and had seen through the world of mortals. Actually, Immortal Toya had always thought that while this story sounded very tragic, it didn't have a bad ending. At the very least, Commander Naylan had obtained a good release after this incident. If he was still alive now, his cultivation would definitely be unfathomable. But in the 100 years since he had inherited the ancestral land, Immortal Toya hadn't heard any more news about Zen Master Naylan. Perhaps he had already passed away. Senior Immortal, after listening to this story, do you have any thoughts? Immortal Toya turned his head slightly and asked. He felt that he had already given a clear enough hint this time. From his first Immortal Boat story to his second story about Commander Naylan, there were undoubtedly two key words that were mentioned the most: first, children, and second, marriage with a child. Of course, the most important key word was still marriage. This was already no longer a hint, but a blatant and explicit statement. Furthermore, it wasn't a real hammer, but a Muay Thai combination whirlwind hammer. After a moment of deep thought on the Immortal Boat, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal raised his head to look at Immortal Toya. Brother 2, I've just finished listening to your two stories. Immortal Toya, Senior Immortal, do you have anything to say? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, from this ancestral land to this immortal boat, it seems that everything you've obtained, Brother 2, has been built on the misfortunes of other people's families? Immortal Toya. He was actually speechless. That's inauspicious. Do you want me to find a fortune teller I know to do a divination for you? My divination isn't accurate. The young man in white had a very serious look in his eyes as he looked at Immortal Toya. By the way, Brother 2, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way you're looking at me today? It's nothing. You think too much, true monarch. We'll arrive at the island in front of us. I've asked the old auntie on the island to cook some dishes. Let's sit down and talk. Immortal Toya sighed in his heart. Now that plan number 2 had failed, he could only come up with another plan. And the third and final stratagem: if he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Brother 2, you specially cooked a dish? I'm just here to give you a gift, no need to be so polite, said grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. He had never been to Chrysanthemum Island before. Originally, he just wanted to take a stroll around the island before leaving. There were still 6 rings left on his hand. He still had to give them to Tsai Yinjinren, 9 times man, and the others later. It won't take too long. I've already prepared an immortal car, we'll eat in it and show Senior Immortal around in passing, Immortal Toya said with a smile. Alright then. It's rare for you to come. Brother 2, you're too polite. It was hard for grenade-throwing Senior Immortal to refuse such hospitality, so he could only agree. The two of them landed on the island one after another. As far as the eye could see, Chrysanthemum Island was filled with meticulously arranged chrysanthemum gardens, which were divided according to color and species. From a distance, it gave off a poetic feeling. On a stone tablet at the entrance of the island was a poem written in gold: picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely gazing upon the southern mountain. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal took a deep breath, and felt comfortable all over. The spirit chi on Chrysanthemum Island was dozens of times denser than in the city, not only because the spirit chrysanthemums here had a natural ability to absorb spirit chi, but also because of the island's unique feng shui. In fact, it was obvious that the Naylan clan had been a famous family back then. There had to be a reason why the Naylan clan had set their sights on Chrysanthemum Island and set up their entire clan here. If I wasn't in such a hurry today, I would definitely stay on the island. Brother 2, it's so comfortable here. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help praising him. Immortal Toya laughed. Senior Immortal, you flatter me. There's plenty of time in the future, there's always a chance. If you want to suck chrysanthemums in the future, just let me know in advance and I'll arrange everything. Suck chrysanthemums? One whiff of these spirit chrysanthemums of mine can prolong your life. There are people who suck cats and dogs out here, so sucking chrysanthemums at my place is actually very good. The two of them walked through the chrysanthemum maze on the island in silence. It was only then that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal realized that every chrysanthemum garden on the island was part of the maze. There was a flight restriction here, and it would be very difficult for anyone below the soul formation stage to get out once they got caught in the maze. This was a maze set up by our ancestors to protect the elixirs refined in the core alchemy room, Immortal Toya said. My Toya clan used to be a large clan that produced elixirs in bulk. Every year at the end of the year, we were too busy, so we would recruit some peripheral alchemists and have them live in the guest rooms on the outskirts of the island. But, these outsiders always had dirty hands and feet on the island. After that, the maze was set up. But actually, it's useless now. Now that the legal system is comprehensive and surveillance is everywhere, anyone with a brain won't break in at will. Immortal Toya shrugged and smiled slightly. Why didn't you get rid of the maze? Our ancestors set it up, and we've already applied for a patent. Now we call it an intangible cultural heritage. Previously, several people from Nanhan Nation came to me to learn how to set up a maze. I was afraid that they would say they were the ones who developed it, so I registered it ahead of time. I was thinking about opening up Chrysanthemum Island's tourism industry when I can't refine elixirs anymore. Isn't Escape Room now popular? This chrysanthemum maze is the selling point. Brother 2, you're as business-minded as ever. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal clicked his tongue. As they walked, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal finally saw an immortal car parked in front of them. At that moment, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal couldn't help asking, by the way, what did Brother to cook? Immortal Toya secretly patted his head. He had actually almost been led astray by Senior Immortal just now. He had forgotten what he was supposed to do. But now, he knew that his chance had come. It's just some home-cooked dishes, it's nothing. Immortal Toya stared at the young man in white next to him, his cold gaze giving grenade-throwing Senior Immortal a chill down his back. Mandarin duck hot pot, wife cake, husband and wife lung slice. At that moment, realization finally dawned on grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Brother 2. I thought you were a little strange today. Are you hinting at something today? Senior Immortal, you finally figured it out. Immortal Toya was subconsciously delighted. But before he could rejoice, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's next words directly made him collapse. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sighed meaningfully and patted Immortal Toya on the shoulder. I know it hasn't been easy for you to raise Jean Sure and Ian Sure all these years, it's indeed time for you to find a stepmother for these two children. Immortal Toya, no, it's not like that, Senior Immortal, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, don't be shy, I know a girl called Shinla who's pretty good. How about you add her on WeChat? Chapter 420. On a spirit mountain on the outskirts of Jinghua City, there was an elegant little pavilion that no one knew about. The area around the spirit mountain was covered in a powerful barrier, and anyone below true immortal level wouldn't be able to spy on this place. Even the most advanced scientific equipment couldn't detect any trace of this elegant little pavilion. Because this was where General Yi, one of the 10 founding generals, usually stayed. But while it was official business, General Yi actually didn't need to worry about most things. His current state was the same as Marshal Zhang's in the family apartment. Both of them were among the 10 generals, and powerful ones at that. In terms of martial prowess, General Yi and Marshal Jiang were already ranked first and second among the 10 generals. Furthermore, both of them thought they were number one. There were almost no missions for them to carry out on a daily basis, unless there was an SSS level wanted criminal that they had no choice but to capture, such as the old devil from before, then they would specially issue a mission for their help. 20 minutes ago, there was a tea table by the window in elegant little pavilion. The windows were very low, and through them, it felt like sitting at the top of the sky and looking down on all the other small mountains. General E held a cup of tea and cracked melon seeds. This bunch of people is really interesting. General E played with his phone. When Dharmaraja had made the group chat earlier, he had added his alternate account 9 times man into it. As for the origin of this chat group, it was a long story. I haven't asked General E yet. How did you get to know this bunch of juniors? Asked an old man with white hair and a beard sitting opposite General E. This old man's surname was Tang and his first name was Chen. He was General Yi's trusted aide, and also Elegant Little Pavilion's butler and gardener. Once General Yi received a mission from the top, he would be gone for more than half a month or even several months. Someone had to personally take care of the flower fields near Elegant Little Pavilion. When people got older, they especially liked to take care of flowers and plants, which General Yi had previously summed up as the hobby of the elderly. However, after joining Grenade-throwing Senior Immortals chat group, General E had developed a second hobby, which was pretending to be cute and chatting with the group. I met them on a mission before. It wasn't convenient for me to expose my identity, so I pretended to be a junior with the Taoist name 9 times in one night, who is actually my adopted son. General E stared at the screen without turning and couldn't help laughing. But this kid has never been interested in cultivation, and is just a good-for-nothing golden core cultivator. After that mission, I became acquainted with Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, and after several requests, I was able to join the group. When I don't have time to meet him, I entrust this foster son of mine called 9 times man to go on my behalf. General E actually has an adopted son. This is the first I've heard of this. General E actually has an adopted son. This is the first time I've heard of this. Tang E of. E, General E, I of Immortal E, of the core cultivators are of man E, the immortal, sect, of E of is of the E of sect. Old Tang broke out in a sweat. But General E, your adopted son 9 times man is only at the golden core stage. Are you sure you won't be exposed? General E shook his head. In terms of appearance, of course not. Back then, this old man specially used a face-changing pill based on 9 times man's face. Anyone below true immortal level won't be able to see through it even with the heavenly eye. In terms of aura, my adopted son has the golden talisman I gave him. As for temperament, there's even less to worry about. My adopted son 9 times man isn't interested in cultivation, but he's a qualified actor. Old Tang continued to wipe at his sweat. Actor. That's right. Although he's a minor character in the show business, he's passionate about his career. Furthermore, he refuses to help me arrange everything for him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for me to make a phone call and promote him? General E said, earlier, that junior in the group said he wanted to give me a gift. It's not convenient for me to leave the mountain now, so I'm going to ask 9 times man to help me deal with it. Old Tang, the people in this group are all righteous people, which I admire very much. Moreover, everyone's hearts are connected and we share weal and woe. In this day and age, there aren't many juniors like this anymore. Usually, it's quite interesting to listen to these juniors talk about the cultivation circle's gossip in the group. Old Tang nodded. That's right, most of the juniors nowadays are too impetuous. The current era couldn't compare to the era when people cultivated one step at a time. Cultivators below the golden core stage could use all kinds of elixirs to speed up their cultivation, which gave rise to a natural sense of superiority for the sons of rich families. This sense of superiority was bound to have a very serious impact on their minds. Before he had been transferred here to work as a gardener for General E, Old Tang had also been engaged in research on education, and had been an opponent of taking accelerated drugs to advance realms. But that was already a long time ago. Now, as long as one had the aptitude and resources, it would only take a short 20 years to reach the golden core stage. This would have been unthinkable 1,000 years ago. Old Tang felt that if there really was such a thing as knowledge from the afterlife, that group of golden core cultivators who had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, but in the end had no hope of breaking through to the nascent soul stage and died of old age, would most likely be so angry that they would throw open their coffins and jump out. Even Newton couldn't keep them down. So when he heard what General Yi said, Old Tang couldn't help nodding. It would be great if there were more juniors like this in our modern cultivation circle. Old Tang is right. Although the people in this group are all juniors, they aren't ordinary people. I've heard of almost every one of them. But... Saying this, General Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. There's actually another person in this group who I'm very interested in. So far, I haven't been able to verify this person's true identity. Old Tang chuckled. Someone who can interest General Yi. It looks like this person isn't simple. General Yi nodded. Everyone in the group calls this person Ling Zhenren, but his real realm isn't at the perfected person realm, this is just a customary title. Everyone in the group respects this Ling Zhenren very much, and is afraid of offending him. This old man once sent people to make indirect inquiries and investigate this person's identity from various angles. Old Tang was curious. And the result? General Yi sighed. It's all mosaic. Old Tang. Chapter 421. Why is there a mosaic? Old Tang was puzzled. At first, I also suspected that something might have gone wrong, but I later realized that no matter what kind of information it was, it would turn into a mosaic in my hands. So this old man now suspects that this senior might have used some kind of spell, General Yi said. What kind of spell? I don't know yet. General Yi shook his head. At first, I thought it was just a smokescreen or an illusion. At my current realm, as long as I open my heavenly eye, there's no spell that can hide from me, unless the level of this person's spell surpasses mine. Old Tang sucked in a cold breath. A spell surpassing a true immortal's level? That's right. General Yi nodded. 5th level soul formation, 6th level perfected being, 7th level itinerant immortal, 8th level true immortal. Of course, this old man has also heard that level 8 spells aren't the limit for true immortals, and that a small number of true immortals can use 9th grade transcendence spells that surpass level 8. It's very likely that what this senior Ling is using is a 9th grade transcendence spell. Old Tang immediately understood. If even General Yi can't detect the smokescreen this senior has used, then it's really possible that what General Yi says is true. This senior might be a great expert who can use a 9th grade transcendence spell. But has General Yi ever thought that there might be another possibility? This old man knows what you want to say. General Yi smiled and pinched his mustache. You think this senior Ling might be a venerated immortal, don't you? Old Tang nodded. To tell you the truth, I indeed have this thought. But I think you're worrying too much, it's simply impossible, General Yi said in a low voice. General Yi, can you tell me why? It's true that there are indeed venerated immortals in this world, because they did exist before. But after so many years, our Huaxiu nation has joined forces with dozens of powerful countries to search for them, and we've never found any clues. Even if it's only the immortal Zhen Yuan who stepped into the venerated immortal realm recorded in our nation's historical records, that's just a legend. No one has ever seen a living senior of this realm in the world. For us cultivators, the realm of cultivation is for longevity. Although the theory of the great Tao of eternal life has been mentioned a long time ago, it is indeed too illusory and simply impossible. Even those seniors in the immortal venerable realm are just a pile of bones buried underground. Moreover, no one in our era will cultivate to the immortal venerable realm. What do you mean? Elder Tang was confused. General Yi said meaningfully, rumor has it that if you want to become a venerated immortal, you must undergo the samsara spirit tribulation. However, in order to pass the cycle of reincarnation, one would need to consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy. In this era, Although the speed of cultivation was fast, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not as abundant as it was in the past. Sooner or later, it would be exhausted. Maybe a few thousand years, maybe 10,000 years later. Old Tang understood. This was the theory of the end of days that had been proposed in the current world. He remembered that a singer had written a song with the theme of the end of days, which was still fresh in Elder Tang's memory. The lyrics were as follows: when the world had no edges and corners, when the flow of spiritual energy stopped. When time stands still, day and night are not separated. When the era of spiritual power disappeared, the most important thing was that the theory of the end of days wasn't nonsense, and had already gained the support of many bigwig experts from all over the world. This topic was a little heavy and sad, and for a moment, the two old men in elegant little pavilion fell silent. Although their positions were different, they had both experienced major historical events and witnessed countless epochs in the cultivation world. They had also witnessed Huaxiao Nation's construction step by step and had transcended time and time to the present. The end wasn't what they wanted to see. After a few minutes, General Yi's tense expression finally relaxed. He sipped his tea and calmed his thoughts, then couldn't help smiling. Old Tang, this topic is too heavy, we shouldn't discuss it. Who knows what will happen in the future, maybe things will turn for the better. You're right, General Yi. Old Tang nodded. Back to the topic of Senior Ling, there's one more thing this old man hasn't said. General Yi said, there's actually a very simple reason why I don't think this Senior Ling is a venerated immortal. Old Tang, you have to know that supreme experts at the venerated immortal realm all have something called structure in their hearts. This type of senior has very high standards, and if they really were able to live through that era, they basically wouldn't join chat groups. Old Tang. Can Old Tang imagine a venerated immortal senior chatting online at home and eating cheap snacks like spicy sticks and crispy noodle snacks every day? General Yi asked. Old Tang shook his head weakly. Indeed, I can't imagine it, that's why this Ling Zhenren can't be a venerated immortal. Clutching his phone, General Yi was actually a little depressed in his heart. If he could be a venerated immortal with this level of wisdom, this old man would have gone through the samsara spirit tribulation 1,000 years ago. Old Tang, if I have the chance, this old man will definitely find this Ling Zhenren and exchange blows with him personally. General Yi's eyes were deep in thought, and he quickly waved his hand. Let's not talk about this, it's very annoying, Old Tang smiled. How about I play chess with General Yi? No, General Yi opened a music app on his phone. Come on, listen to a song first to calm down. This is a song that my adopted son 9 Times Man sang a while ago, expressing his dream of pursuing the entertainment industry. Good. I'm all ears. Old Tang nodded seriously. After a delay of about 2 seconds, the prelude to the song started playing, then, a voice directly pierced Old Tang's eardrums like a thunderclap. Chasing dreams, chasing dreams, chasing dreams of show business, chasing dreams. We are pure, 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 pure. Old Tang was directly stunned. General Yi, how is it, Old Tang? Old Tang, General Yi, tell me the truth. If you don't, this old man will get angry. Old Tang was shaken, and he rubbed his temples. The prelude is very passionate, it's a good song, General Yi laughed. Ha ha ha. This old man knew that Old Tang's taste is indeed the same as mine. Old Tang, General Yi, this song is very popular online. And even you, Old Tang, think it's good. Do you know what Duban's rating for it is? Old Tang shook his head a little fearfully. General Yi held up 2 fingers. Old Tang, this old man was furious at that time. If it wasn't for my adopted son stopping me, this Duban would have already turned into bean paste. General Yi sighed deeply. In today's society, if a song isn't as popular as someone else's, they give out bad reviews. Those professional players can't beat anyone else in a game, but they say they have cheats. This old man is very disappointed. Old Tang. Chapter 422. A lot of things that Wang Ling couldn't have imagined had happened in 1 week. Wang Ling felt that there was a 90% chance that it was because the Great Fortune spell was still in effect. Why had Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal accidentally put the ring on his ring finger? Why had Dharmaraja happened to discover him giving the ring to someone else later? And now, because of a small misunderstanding about leaving the group, Dharmaraja had personally come to apologize with crispy noodle snacks. At this point, Wang Ling completely understood. It turned out that it was all because of crispy noodle snacks. Wang Ling secretly wiped at his sweat. Sure enough, he couldn't use the Great Fortune spell casually in the future. Although he truly loved crispy noodle snacks, he couldn't cause all kinds of conflicts and unnecessary misunderstandings because of true love. Also, for some reason, Wang Ling had the feeling that someone was constantly investigating him. Although he didn't need to worry at all with the Great Shielding spell, there were times when he would have something like a sixth sense for danger. The stronger this feeling was, the more likely it was that there was a problem. Wang Ling lowered his eyes, his expression a little solemn. He felt that something big was about to happen, but the point was, why was his daily life always so messy? He just wanted to quietly buy a fried dough stick and a noble tea egg, eat them, and then go to school in peace. On Chrysanthemum Island, after Immortal Toya's crazy wave of explicit and implicit hints, it was clear that the situation was completely out of control. Although Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had also sensed something, it was completely different from what the brothers in the group were really concerned about. In the Immortal car, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was already in no mood to tour Chrysanthemum Island, and didn't even touch the food on the table. He blamed himself and felt that he was very stupid. He had never expected that after all these explicit and implicit hints from his good brother Immortal Toya, it would actually take him so long to realize that Immortal Toya wanted to find a girlfriend. Furthermore, this girlfriend wasn't the kind he could just casually find. At the same time, she had to shoulder the responsibility of being the future wife of Chrysanthemum Island's lord, and take good care of Jin Shi and Yin Shi. Senior Immortal, actually, it's not as complicated as you think. The corners of Immortal Toya's mouth twitched slightly as he felt completely confused. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, brother to, don't interrupt. I'm serious. Immortal Toya, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was very excited and grabbed Immortal Toya's hand. Brother to, don't say anything. As Jin Shi and Yin Shi's godfather, I've always wanted to do something for them. Immortal Toya, Senior Immortal, it's not like that. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, I told you not to interrupt. Immortal Toya, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, I know a lot of people have pursued you before. For example, Headmaster Xinye of the Seven Stars sect. But that was in the past. You can consider the Shinla girl I mentioned to you before. If it really doesn't work out, there's actually a second candidate. That's my sister, Grenade-throwing mother. Immortal Toya, speaking up to this point, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's body involuntarily shivered. Immortal Toya saw this scene. Immortal Toya had only met Senior Immortal's sister, Grenade-throwing mother, once before. She was a female cultivator who had returned from abroad with a straightforward personality and was even a little staunch and open-minded. Sunglasses, curly hair, a midriff-bearing top, low-slung pants, this was Immortal Toya's first impression of this little sister. Because she lived abroad all year round, even her elder brother, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, only saw her a few times a year. I've always wanted to bring my sister back from abroad. If Brother 2 is willing to accept this unrestrained evildoer, that would actually be the best. That way, I'll have a reason to let her live in the country. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal spoke excitedly, and Immortal Toya sweated profusely as he listened. In all his years of refining elixirs, he had never sweated as much as he had today, sitting in front of a furnace at such a high temperature. True monarch, can you listen to what I have to say? Alright, go ahead. Brother 2, Immortal Toya took a deep breath, then plucked up his courage to speak. Senior Immortal, who gave you the ring on the ring finger of your left hand? Oh, that. Grenade-throwing senior immortal hadn't expected Immortal Toya to ask this question, but since he had already promised Wang Ling, there was no way he would tell him. A friend of mine gave it to me. He refined a batch of holy weapon magic rings, and gave me one. He also asked me to take some back with me to give to the brothers and sisters in the group. He said this very naturally, and Immortal Toya couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary at all. Just as he said this, Grenade-throwing senior immortal also handed him a magic ring. This is for you, brother too. Immortal Toya took the magic ring and examined it carefully. It was actually a third-class holy weapon magic ring. Furthermore, looking at the workmanship and details, Immortal Toya felt that this person was definitely very skilled in refining weapons. The most important thing about a magic ring was its color, and there were too many details on this magic ring. Although it was pitch black all over, when Immortal Toya sensed the powerful spirit power surging inside the magic ring, he could indeed sense how much effort this great weaponsmith had put into it. The artificer must have expended a lot of effort to create this magic ring. Although the structure of the magic ring didn't seem complicated, there was a saying that went, "Great Tao is the simplest." Many high-grade magic rings with excellent performance actually didn't look particularly outstanding. Fancy magic treasures had never been the mainstream in the cultivation circle. Simple and practical things were the real deal. After examining the magic ring for a while, Immortal Toya sighed in his heart. He felt that this was probably the truth of the matter. In fact, Senior Immortal wasn't someone who was good at deceiving his friends or lying to begin with. But there was one thing that Immortal Toya still didn't understand, and he couldn't help asking, why did Senior Immortal wear the magic ring on his ring finger? In my clan, this is a form of respect for an important friend. For magic treasures like jewelry, no matter what they look like, you have to wear them on your person for 7 days without taking them off as a sign of respect. If I wear it on the ring finger of my left hand, a lot of people will actually misunderstand that I'm married, but in fact, this is just a form of etiquette in my clan, Grenade-throwing senior immortal explained. Immortal Toya nodded. So that's how it is. Never too old to learn, never too old to live. Then this time, Dharmaraja's misunderstanding was really big. When Senior Immortal left later, he still had to prepare an excuse to explain the whole story. Why do I feel like Brother 2 is very concerned about the ring on my left ring finger? Senior Immortal is now at the heart of the cultivation circle. In a situation where there's no news of Senior Immortal's wedding, it's hard to avoid misunderstandings about a ring on your left ring finger. Has Senior Immortal ever thought of applying some kind of invisibility liquid on the ring? Immortal Toya said earnestly. I accept Brother 2's suggestion, I'll definitely apply it later. It's indeed not good to cause misunderstandings. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal nodded hurriedly. But this ring is very special to me, and I won't take it off until I find someone I particularly admire. I also didn't expect Senior Immortal's weaponsmith friend to be so generous, casually giving away a ring of this quality. His magnanimity is really admirable. With one look, you can tell that he spent a long time refining this ring. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.